tell you we're good,
Okay.
you can go.
I'm going to call to order the March 22nd, 2021 regular meeting for the Tipp City Board of Education, and we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And Mr. Stevens, you can call the roll.
President Dunaway,
Here.
Vice President Zakor,
Here.
Mrs. Dahl, currently absent at the moment, Mrs. Heatherly,
Here.
Mr. Patrick.
Here.
We do have a quorum this evening, Madam President.
Great. So item C, looking for the approval of the consent agenda,
This is just approval of the agenda, the whole thing.
the whole thing.
But you can pull consent items out now.
Right. Does so I get the approval first and then move things, right? Okay, so can I get a motion in a second for the approval of the agenda?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Heatherly and Mr. Patrick. Does anybody have anything to pull from the consent agenda items?
I do. Item H,
Okay, item H, Dave, which is,
supplemental correction,
go ahead.
because this way we can discuss it.
Right, we're gonna discuss it.
Otherwise, we can't discuss it. right?
Correct.
Okay, so definitely I'd like to pull that one out. And F,
Yeah, item F. So Dave, F, which is certified new hire, and H, supplemental correction for fall 2020-2021. Simon, Joelle, do you have anything?
So does this mean we're not going to?
We're gonna vote on those, we're gonna discuss
They're gonna
those,
be
yeah, we're
moved.
gonna discuss those and vote on those separately.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I think we probably should pull out the mobile app and website contract, just unless that's going to be covered in the superintendent's update.
oh, I didn't.
I think we should probably talk about that publicly.
What letter is that?
Okay,
Okay. You did get the attachment, yeah, okay,
Oh,
great.
yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so Dave, that is F, H, and K.
Yeah.
Anything else? Okay, Dave, F, H, and K, so whenever you're ready, we can,
Actually, I'd like to pull out E, please.
okay. E, resignations. So now we have E, F, H, and K.
Okay.
So add those all to 11, new business. Anybody else? I think that's it, Dave. E, F, H, and K.
go ahead and see if I can get this in here with the exception of consent.
So just so everybody, the board knows, sometimes you have to refresh your computer because mine didn't update last time. So you might have to go out and go back in.
Okay. So I have approval of the meeting agenda with the exception of consent agenda items H, F, K, and E being moved out of consent agenda and moved to new business.
Mine hasn't updated yet, but that's okay.
I'm-
Oh, take your time. I just want to make sure mine updates.
I don't think he's put it in yet.
Okay, no problem.
Ms. Dole says she's running late. She's on her way.
I just saw that, yeah.
Okay.
She, had a situation at home. It
Okay,
happens.
we'll take a vote.
So it was Mrs. Heatherly and Mr. Patrick.
Yes, Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Dunaway?
Dunaway.
Yes,
Zakor.
Yes,
motion carries. Simon, do you want to bring in the citizen comment paper? I think we have just one person in the lobby, but make sure we don't have more.
Two.
We do have two?
Yeah.
So that was.
So because we do have two citizen comments and we were going to do executive session in this room, is the board okay with having the citizens come in first so they can leave and then we can stay in this room for executive session?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, but we probably should have done that before we voted. To move the agenda around. I'm sure it's okay, right?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, well, we were just talking about the consent agenda items, so we can still do that.
The motion was for the whole agenda.
I would move to have citizen comments come ahead of items 2, 3, and 4 and to table those until after citizen comments.
Second.
Say it again, Simon, I'm sorry. Move the citizen comments
I would move to have the citizen comments
now, before.
come before items 2, 3, and
Perfect, yeah,
4.
exactly.
And that items 2, 3, and 4 tabled until after citizen comments.
Kathy and Don,
I think we have to vote on it technically.
well, I was gonna see if they plan on staying for the whole meeting, we don't need to change
I
it.
think they're not allowed to stay for the whole meeting.
Oh, they're-
We've asked people not to be in.
oh, because of,
Yes.
okay, all right, gotcha. Okay, so Simon made the motion, I'll second.
No, I second.
Oh, sorry, motion and second. Mr. Patrick and Mrs. Zakor, we're ready for a vote, Dave.
Okay. Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Heatherly.
Yes.
motion carries. So we have 2 citizen comments tonight, and we're gonna let them comment before we go into executive session. So the first person is Don Watson. So come on in, Mr. Watson. So Don, you signed up for 2 comments here on 2 different subject matters.
Yes,
So I'm going to ask the board if it's okay if Don takes both of his comments now, so he doesn't have to stay for the whole meeting. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. So Don, you have 5 minutes on your first topic, which is administration, and your second topic, which would be building. So Mr. Stevens is going to start the clock. I'll give you like a 30-second warning for your first comment.
okay.
So go ahead.
But speaking about the administration, I have basically 2 points to it. The first one disappoints me to have to bring this item up, but last month, the Governor DeWine had announced that events could be opened up to 300 people. And I asked Mr. Stefanik to find out and give me a call, and I never heard nothing. Disappointing because I missed the tournament games, because a couple days after that in the paper, he said he opened it up to 25% of the maximum. So anyway, the next thing that I would like to voice a complaint is the position of athletic director. Last fall, I called the athletic office when the boys soccer team was going to the state final game in Columbus. Was told there was no more tickets. Fortunately, a mother of the players know I go to the game, so she called me and said she had an extra ticket if I could meet her at the front gate in 2 hours. So I jumped my car and went in, sat down, and ironically, who sits in front of me in the row was the athletic director's mom, dad, sister, and daughter. By my dictionary, this is nepotism.
Excuse me, Madam President.
Yes,
We're treading on a violation of one of the public comments.
okay,
The public comments can't mention staff members by name
okay.
or position if there's only one of them, because they have that. And so it has to talk about
So Don,
difficulty in finding tickets as a general thing.
so your comment needs to be a general comment, not geared towards a specific person or position?
Well, to interact with, how are you going to talk about it if you don't?
That would be a
So you
concern
had
that
difficult-
you'd bring to me in a private meeting. And I would take care of that concern for you.
So at this point, you're saying that you had trouble getting tickets. And if you want to continue the conversation, it has to be not directed towards the specific person or the situation. That you have to refer to Mr. Stefanik. So you need to decide right now if you can continue with your comments without specifically staying in that lane, or if you want to just.
When did you okay, because I've done this before, mention the position at what meeting was the position?
I believe
Eliminated.
I want to say it's 2 months ago. Is that right, Mr. Stefanik?
Well, we brought out.
It's always been-
It's been there.
Yeah, we just didn't enforce it properly in the past. So
Okay.
I apologize. And that's part of that paper that now sits out there with the citizen comments. So I know you comment on a regular basis, and
Yeah,
so I
well, I was
apologize for
talking
that.
about a position, not a name. I understood that you weren't supposed to use a name, but I don't know how you talk about it if you're referring to a position that an incident happened.
So would you like to just continue that conversation privately with Mr. Stefanik? later in the
No, I
meeting?
would like for the whole board to know,
Okay,
but I won't mention the name, or I don't know how you can leave the position off until the incident. This past fall at a girls' soccer game, we had to sit on the outside. I was sitting there watching the game, and the opposite team's coach yelled a profanity at the girls on the other team. And the boys sitting next to me were from the football team and the boys soccer team, and they yelled out, "Watch your tongue." Well, they stopped play, stopped the clock, and the ref went over see why the timeout was being called, and then he went over to, and here's where you run in trouble. They went to as I've mentioned before, and he walked over to the students and said, "I know you're on that side of the fence, but I know you're on the outside of the fence, but I can call the police," like in a bully attitude, instead of saying, what happened here? And so I spoke up and told them that the students did no wrong. I mean, they were standing up really for what was right. And another incident I would like to comment on was at the first fall football game. Before the game started, again, we're sitting on the outside, and two of my friends are with me, and the band is congregated in that corner of the field, and right in front of us, one of the flag girls sit down on the ground back up to the fence, and one of the other girls sat down on her lap and started sucking on her neck. And that wasn't just for 30 seconds, it was continuous. And so I don't think that any of this exemplifies the tradition of excellence. That's why I've mentioned before that you can't use tradition of excellence and let this stuff go on, because it's not excellence when you have this kind of character happening. So thank you.
so does that cover do you still need to discuss buildings?
Yes.
Okay, so Dave, how much time does he have? He's good?
That was fine.
Okay, so go
I
ahead.
gave extra time for.
Go ahead, Mr. Watson.
Thank you. I wanted to mention briefly the building bond issue. I was made aware last month that Simon was meeting with a core group. I just wanted to mention that in 2016 and 2019, I was involved with a core group, kind of like a baseball team. We weren't given a chance to have input what we thought. So both issues went down. That's 2 times at bat, and we're batting 1,000. I don't want to be arrogant about it, but I would suggest that you listen to us, what we would like, instead of spinning your wheels, having another bond issue. I'll quickly mention I think first you need an analysis as far as growth and what's happening in the future for Tipp City and Monroe Township. First of all, it's the wrong site. You wonder why the west part of the township is voting no. Is because every trip they make is clear in town and clear back, clear in town and clear back. The housing developments that are being, future housing developments are on West Kessler-Colesville Road. That's just where the land is. Where the Cedar Grove housing thing next door to it, that's floodplain. So they won't be building there. So it goes west of Peters. If you just analyze, you have a piece of land on Michael's Road. It's not in the floodplain. It's not in the airstrip no more because they're building the warehouses where they were going to put another runway. The second thing was Central Broadway in Devon Cockpit should be sold to the private sector, not tore down. You have the wrong F architect because he told a CPA in Tipp City here, who worked in the same building in downtown Dayton with him, that Tipp City would never build. Well, he continued to build Tipp City schools for almost $300,000 in his mind, knowing that he told a CPA that Tipp City will never build. So I don't think that's ethical myself. The fourth thing is finance. If you're going to put it up, put a bond issue by income tax, not millage. It has been done other places. Number 5, no open enrollment. Why would you charge your citizens repeat tax for students that don't even live here? And then they're on fixed income, and so you up the bond issue millages on their real estate. It's just not fair. And then the 6th reason would be the COVID. A lot of people are hurt by the COVID for mortgages and finances. So I think you should take a deep look at Troy. They put it up last year and it went down 60 to 40. I don't think we're much different than Troy's citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Is Liz out there to send in the next week? Okay.
Come on, Kathy.
You have somebody else out there too.
Do they need the sign in? You have 3 people on your floor?
Well, they weren't here in time, so then
Okay,
they would be under closing, but thank you.
we're still within the first
Yeah,
30.
yeah, no, I'm saying we can put them under closing.
I say let them,
No, but we'll do it. I'm just saying, normally, you know what I'm saying, they would be at the end, but since we've already made this exception. Go ahead, Kathy.
Want me to start?
Yeah, so your topic is open enrollment. We have 5 minutes.
Correct.
Thank you.
So I'm just here to give some insight on open enrollment. I know it's up vote for again tonight. And the last time it was up for a vote, one of the board members and I had both seen an article where there were 550 new houses going up in Tipp at the writing of that article. At the end of last year, school year, there was another article in the Business Journal that highlighted not only those 550 homes that were already being built, but plans for even more. And that's in Rosewood Creek, Fieldstone, Cedar Grove, North Branch Pass, Manchester Chase. There's 80 new apartments going up on 25A near Randall Residence. A couple farm fields around me, one of them sold, and there's 10 lots with 2 houses already on them being built. And those other lots have already sold. There's another one with 20 acres. And we don't know yet if there's houses, condos, or apartments going up on those 20 acres. But there, and you know from the Tipp City Council papers that you've received recently that they don't like green fields. They don't seem to like green fields, woods, or farms. They want a tax base and they want everything swiped across the board to stick houses on it or businesses on it anywhere they can get their tax money. So, and last year we closed open enrollment and it was right in time for COVID, which we did not know COVID was coming around the corner. but it did, and now we're dealing with those guidelines. And even though they're changed every day, do we wear a mask, 2 masks, 3 masks, 4 masks? Are we 3 feet apart, 6 feet apart? Now they're going back to 3 feet apart. Now there's shots around, but not everybody's taking them. And they shouldn't have to if they don't want to. That's their choice. But we also have to look at the southern borders now open. If you know anybody that lives down in those regions, or you're in contact with any of those Customs and Border Protection agents, you'll know that they are flooding the southern border. That's 3,000 coming across at least every day they're counting, and the ones that don't come. Those people are coming from countries that don't even vaccinate their children. They don't. And a lot of these are children. And their plan is to, if they catch them, they're tracking them, but they're also sending them not only to the sanctuary cities, which we have. Dayton is a sanctuary city right down the road from us. Lima, Columbus, there are 10 sanctuary cities in Ohio, and those 3 are the closest to us. And if they decide that they are, the White House decides they're going to give everybody amnesty, it won't matter. They won't go to just those sanctuary cities, they'll come into our cities. So we have to be prepared for those COVID numbers to go skyrocketing again. We have to be ready for that. And I know the teachers union, they're coming up on their new packet of information here, and which I'm not a fan of teachers unions, I never have, but you would have to experience that and have your child sit without their teachers while their teachers are walking on the picket line in order to feel like I do about teachers unions, because my kids were there. And one of the stipulations when we moved to Tipp, the top checkbox was we were going to a town with no teachers union. And at the time, it didn't have one here. And I'm glad my kids were out long before the teachers union came to town. Well, I realize everybody wants equal, good pay for what they do. You also have to keep in mind it's should be for the kids. It's all about the kids. The third point I want to make is the Ohio report card. The overall grade for Tipp schools is a stagnant B and has been for years. The only school in the district that received an A across the board was Nevin Coppock. LT Ball received a B in achievement and an A overall. And the other Broadway middle school, high school, an overall achievement grade of D. Broadway scored improving at risk K-3 readers at a D, as in D, bad. That's bad. The middle school had a progress grade of an F. The closing gap at the high school was a D. I don't think anybody'd be happy with their kids bringing home C's, D's, and F's. So what are we doing with the kids in the district? What are we doing to help those kids that are falling behind? What are we doing as a district to help them? And I know some board members are focused on the dollar, saying we're going to get this and that from the state, or we'll miss this and that from the state, but the numbers don't add up. Even the numbers on this current 2021 enrollment thing says 0, but we know this teachers' kids are here. So I'm just saying in closing that I really want you to think about it. I really want you to think about the housing, the COVID. It's going to be here next year. We've got to give those teachers support. We've got to give those kids support. We just have to be here for the kids of the town, the kids that live here in this town. And I hope that the board thinks about the kids in town, our hometown kids, that they're our future. So in closing, just think about them when you go to vote. We need to keep them safe, healthy, happy, and we need to bring these scores up to A's, not a CDF. Thank you.
Mrs. Bone, I missed the beginning of your statement. Where did you cite the 550 new homes being built?
They came out of the Dayton Business Journal before you guys voted the last time, which would have put it in
Before we voted for what
the
last
May
time?
open enrollment the last time. That was brought up the last open enrollment.
So 2020.
Yeah, before you guys voted the last time on it to close it, there had been an article in the Dayton Business Journal about the 550 new homes. And then again, last May, they put another one in saying that Tipp City was having a housing boom, a real big housing boom. So I think we need to focus on the kids that live here. I really do. They should be #1 priority.
Thank you, Kathy.
I'm not familiar with the article. Did it cite the number of residential permits that were authorized by Tipp City? Was it consistent with that data?
Joel, you can probably Google it, like Date Business Journal. I'm pretty sure you can
Right.
Google articles, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and a real estate one that just came out. I mean, they're giving numbers, North Branch Pass, how many houses. Rosewood Creek was mentioned in here, Monroe Acres, Manchester Meadows is here. And that was just in this May one. And then the one prior to that, I think was May or April. It was before you guys voted the last time it was brought up. But my only point is it's a housing boom and we need to focus on hometown kids.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if there's time for me. Please let me know if any.
Yeah, come on in, Karen.
Okay.
So your topic is resignation, and Dave will give you 5 minutes.
Okay.
And typically, if you get to the 4.5 minute mark, he'll let you know that you've got 30 seconds left.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Karen Cabus. I am a concerned Tipp City parent and community volunteer, and I did not prepare a whole lot to say, so I think I'll be under the 5-minute mark. But so we've been watching since this fall and keeping our fingers crossed. I think that we weren't going to see the resignations that we are currently seeing in our school district. And as a community member, I'm reaching out to you guys because I am concerned and I don't want to play the blame game and I don't want to play on social media. And I just want to reach out to you guys because we are seeing loss of principals at our high school. We are seeing loss of middle school or at the middle school. We are seeing vice principals resign. Our technology facilitator, our facilities manager, all of these people have left in the last 18 months. And this is not including teachers. And I don't even have that list. So we're seeing a huge turnaround and we're down to bare bones. And these are our middle school and high school particularly. So those are 7 grades of students. And I don't want to play the blame, but as a community member, I don't know how to solve this problem. I don't know how to reach out to them and say, please stay. Your hard work and your value, you are valued here. And so it's not necessarily that I'm coming to you to say, hey, what's going on? But we need you to go to our teachers and our administrators and say, hey, what is going on? You have to be creative problem solvers and not blamers. And that is what I think the community is a little tired of. And we need people who are advocating for our schools to keep them what we all kind of moved here for. And we're kind of seeing a big destruction of that. And nobody's talking about it. And I know that there's a lot of things that you guys know that we do not, but please don't act as our protectors. Please be transparent. People want to stay and work where they feel valued. And I can't say that I don't think that that's what's going on. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
So that concludes our citizen comments. Dave, I did notice earlier we pulled some items and item G did not get pulled. So G was Joellen's suggestion and it needs to go into new business.
I pulled the wrong one.
No, it's okay.
No, I accidentally pulled new hire. No, wait, is that?
No, new hire was correct, but you pulled lawn care, or no. So
I
we
did
did,
pull lawn care.
yeah, so
You want
instead of
one?
lawn care, it needs to be G. So D can go back up and G needs to come down, and then you're good. I think everything else is correct. So go ahead, take your time on that. And so at this time, the board is going to adjourn to executive session. We did our citizen comments, so we're just going to stay in this room now. And I believe there's nobody left in the lobby. Liz, are you out there? Okay, so someone just needs to shut the door.
If you all make sure you've saved your comments. If you hit F5, the agenda will go back together. Go back
Okay, thank
with the
you.
new correction.
Oh, so we don't have F5. Do you know which symbol it is? Or I don't have an F5. So I just count over like 5 over and then I'll be F5.
Oh goodness, if you just hit the refresh button there.
Got it. Thank you.
So right now I need a motion to adjourn to executive session.
Did you say?
I'm going to read it right now. Motion to adjourn to executive session to consider complaints against a public employee or official. And secondly, to consider the employment of a public employee or official. And the board is going to invite Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens into executive session, and we do not anticipate any action. Looking for a first and a second.
I'm a first.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded by Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Zakor. So take your time, Dave, and we'll turn the camera off and do all that.
I need to, I'll fix something.
Okay.
Dahl,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay.
So do you want to start with the treasurer?
Hey, we're back.
Okay. It is 6:45, it is 7:45. I declare us back into regular session. And we are going to move on with item 4, which is committee reports, which we always have one from Miami Valley CTC from Russ Gilmore. And are there any board members who have committee reports?
I have one follow-up.
Sure.
On the facilities committee, they reached out to me a couple weeks ago to see if I would be available this last week, and I didn't have a chance to reply to them. I wasn't available. They met with energy optimizers, and they're looking at options and things like that related to if there's different numbers so that we have a better understanding and better information to present to the board. I've let them know that they can schedule meetings, obviously, without my presence if I'm unable to reply or attend. And I also gave them some additional information and get a hold of me, including my staff that can schedule meetings for me. But other than that, I have no further to report on the facilities committee.
Okay, anybody else?
I have something to report.
Sure.
It's actually a follow-up for something that I failed to report. This was at our February 22nd regular board meeting, and I reported about our February 16th policy meeting, which was a lengthy, almost 2-hour meeting. And I said who was attending, and I failed to mention Ms. Amy Joseph was in attendance at that meeting. It's very important. And I feel bad about that because she's a really integral part of that process. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to Amy. Amy, I'm sorry because I know you're the backbone of a lot of that with knowledge and detail. So I wanted to make that correction.
What date was that meeting?
The policy meeting?
Yeah, February 9th.
The policy
16th.
meeting was February 16th.
Thank you. Is that on
With
you?
Norm
Yes, and so,
and Amy.
and Amy, yes, Joseph.
So I have a student achievement, which is one of my committees. So I'm just going to read it because Liz wrote it and I can't say it any better than which is posted on the Tipp City Schools social media page. Congratulations to the Tippecanoe High School students who published the school's literary magazine, Inferno. The National Council of Teachers of English awarded the publication a superior in the 2020 NCTE's program to recognize excellence in student literary magazines. Each entry is evaluated on the journal's literary quality, rhetorical variety, editing, and design production. English teacher and Inferno advisor Amy Noel said, "This award speaks to the hard work of last year's editors, artists, and especially the talent and courage of our writers." She called it an incredible feat considering the editors selected pieces, edited, formatted, and published the book remotely after Ohio schools were abruptly closed due to the pandemic. The organization also commended Ms. Noel for inspiring a love of writing that your students will remember for the rest of their lives. So congratulations to the Inferno. Anybody else on committee reports? Okay, item 5A, superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of updates for the board. Last Friday, our staff completed their second round of COVID vaccinations, and we had well over 200 staff members involved in the process, and we found out today that Kroger is offering an opportunity for anybody that missed their second shot, that they can schedule as educators and get their second shots taken care of if there was some reason why they couldn't participate this past Friday. So that's a good thing. And I'll just say, I hope it impacts our healthy rates at our buildings, and it continues to work towards hopefully our community not having to deal so much with the virus and impacting our daily life. So thank you for all the teachers that participated. Thank you for the folks that did all the remote learning on Friday to get a day of learning in and get the shots taken care of all at the same time. And I guess It's a good sign. We didn't have to consider remote learning today. And so hopefully that means that not too many people had any adverse reactions to the second shot, because we heard the second one seems to have a history of more reactions than the first one. So we're glad people came through the shots okay. Also wanted to give the board an update. We have put out surveys to students, staff members, both certified and classified, parents, administrators, and we created a unique survey for our PLP families. And so again, thousands of surveys have been completed, so by no means do I have a complete report, but we'll start off with just some positives. We looked at the reports and tried to see some of the areas where there was either complete consensus or pretty close to consensus. And for PLP, again, contrary to popular opinion, one thing that there was not consensus on was that it was a great experience or it was a horrible experience. We did not have consensus. We've got a third, a third, a third. We've got, man, I thought it was awesome. We got, it was all right. And then we got some that said, no, this was not a good learning experience for my child. And so we are going to study that and find out what some of the suggestions were for improvement. But some of the positives that were in the surveys, the PLP educators provided individual attention and assistance to me, which was good to see that. They treated me respectfully and fairly when I was involved with the program. And 80% of the respondents who replied said they enjoyed remote learning. And the way the question was phrased is compare remote learning to your face-to-face experiences you've had. And 80% of them said that they enjoyed remote learning. And we're working to gather more feedback because right now we've only got about 15%, which was odd for an online survey and for students and families that were participating in an online learning program, that the percent response was down. So we're going to try to see if we can't get some more PLP families responding to that. Staff surveys, interestingly enough, and this is a great thing, certified and classified, we got similar type responses, which is good because at times, sometimes there are more certified staff members. And so sometimes classified staff members don't feel as valued as the certified staff members in some districts. And so it was nice to see a common thread. And so between the two sets of surveys, things that were in the highly positive range, I feel safe at school and I have a sense of belonging. These are staff members saying that. There's a positive atmosphere at our school and students are recognized for their positive behaviors, and staff work well together in support of our students. And so those were positive responses from the staff members. And then it's going to be hard with the student responses. So I'm going to have to jump around a little bit because they were done by building. So we've got all kinds of data we have to go in here. But here's one that says out of 1,100 responses, my teachers care about me. More than 1,000 of the 1,100 responses gave that a positive response. There are a lot of chances for students at this school to get involved in sports clubs and other activities outside of class. We had 1,100 out of 1,125 responses agree to that. And then a safety factor, over 1,000 students said, we know what to do in an emergency, a natural disaster, et cetera, because we've been trained how to respond to those things. So student safety, and the students realized that they've been part of those trainings and they internalized those. So that was good. A couple other highlights that are just nice to hear. Staff at this school, staff really care about my child. My teachers make themselves available to me. I feel comfortable talking to someone at this school about my child's behavior, and I feel talking to somebody at the school when I've got a problem. And so those are all positive things that students and or parents can find somebody to connect with at the building level. So we're going to keep analyzing this data. We're going to put some groups together to help us analyze the data, and then we'll continue to provide updates as we get more concrete direction on what the community and their students have said they'd like to see as we move forward. Sorry, granola. So,
You good? Is that it?
yes.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Stefanik. 5B, Assistant Superintendent Report. Mr. Beerhoff, do you have anything?
Mr. Stefanik asked me to talk about the extended learning plan. This is a request that was made by the governor on February 9th, that all schools come up with an extended learning plan. I'd like to point out that we were already in the works with putting something together for the summer. And really, when you go back to last spring, we were even looking at our curriculum gap analysis and trying to identify areas where we knew there was going to be a concern. The pandemic was obviously a great disruption to teaching and learning. So we recognized that last year and started planning for how we would address those needs and learning gaps with our students. So we're greatly expanding our summer program. We have a team of teachers and building principals working on how we can provide more personalized instruction for basically the whole month of June. So this will be targeted intervention based on student achievement and diagnostic testing. We plan to utilize small groups and curriculum resources that we already have to create that personalized learning. And then we're also going to look for enrichment opportunities. I had a meeting with the Tipp City Library today about a potential reading program for K through 12. And I'm meeting with the Tippecanoe STEM boosters tomorrow to look at how we could put together at-home STEM boxes that students could sign up for to have delivered to their homes or picked up from school. But trying to find enrichment opportunities. Mrs. Robbins and I are putting together a list of camps for primary grades up through high school that will push out the parents for enrichment opportunities for them. So be on the lookout for greatly extended summer learning opportunities for all students.
Sounds great. Have you thought about maybe doing anything with a focus on SEL, especially for students that have been remote the whole year, like trying to help them connect to other students, like in a fun manner, in a safe manner?
Absolutely. And that's something even for our in-person learners.
Yeah.
This has been a long school year.
Yes, it has.
And so what we looked at was trying to plan some SEL type or fun activities to have for socialization and just being around peers.
Yeah.
So we reached out to Bruckner. We're looking at having them on one of the Thursday afternoons because we'll run this program Monday through Thursday. We're also looking at having like the Kona ice truck one afternoon, doing some yard games, things like that to get kids out and socializing so that it's not all
Yeah,
school.
I feel like I need to have a socialization camp.
Yeah,
Like I've
can we
forgotten.
I want to go
That
on a
sounds
field
great.
trip.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you so much. That's wonderful.
May I ask you one question, Mr. Beerhoff, on that extended learning plan? Is that going to capture students who may not get a credit, like for at the high school for?
Yes, so for K through 8, it'll be more of a targeted intervention. We'll select students who we think are either below grade level or the diagnostic testing has showed that they're below grade level. And then for the high school, it'll be the traditional credit recovery. So we'll look at who's on track for graduation with their cohort, and students who are not on track, we'll identify them for that credit recovery program at the high school.
And will that be at a cost to the parent or?
We're looking at using ESSER funds to offset any costs.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? You good?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you so much. There are no TCEA comments tonight, and there are no president comments tonight. So we are on item 8A, Treasurer's Report, Dave, which is your monthly financial report.
Okay, looking for a motion to approve the monthly financial report for February 2021.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Dowell, Dave.
Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments about this? It's pretty much standard, same as usual for me.
Thank you. Okay, Dave, it looks like we're ready for a vote.
Dunaway?
Yes.
Dahl?
Yes.
Heatherly?
Yes.
Patrick?
Abstain.
The core.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item B, Dave, which is your fiscal year 21 appropriation amendments. I'll make the motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Motion and second, Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Heatherly. Does anybody have any questions for Dave?
There was only two funds with adjustments. One was for a local grant and the other was to allocate the appropriations and revenue for the ESSER 2 money that we're receiving. I believe it's $577,000 in this next round. And we have until 2023, I believe, to spend it, but we've got, I believe we're going to, not I believe, we're currently budgeting the return of $400,000 back to the general fund to cover the PLP expenditures that were done. So, yeah, and as well as Mr. Bierhoff's extended learning program this summer, and also some needed air handling, air purification items for the 5 buildings. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Thank you.
And then ESSER 3 money will come, and that's going to be 2.5 times more than that. So we'll have all kinds of opportunities.
Great.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thank you. We're ready for a vote.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
the core.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 9A, which is old business. Does anybody have any old business?
Let me just make sure it's not on there.
Okay.
So I think that I would like to bring up old business to talk about whether or not we're going to do the treasurer's
Okay.
search with us, or if we're gonna bring in somebody else.
Okay, sure.
So do I motion that we talk about that, or can I just start
Yeah,
talking?
just go ahead. Start.
Okay. So I think I still feel like the benefit that we get from having a guided search is so huge and really helps us get on the same page and understand what to look for, because I have
We'll
never.
my calendar, so I'm not being rude.
Yeah, no.
If you're talking about,
Yeah.
we're running out.
I've never had to do anything like that. I
Yeah.
don't know the qualifications of a treasurer.
Okay.
I would just like them to guide that process. That's, again, I know I'm just one person, however everybody else feels.
I think it's a good investment.
I do as well.
Are you thinking of a certain amount or a cap that you're unwilling to go above? Or
We've gotten a
The one
variety of
was not-
information. I guess at this point, I would be wondering who's available.
Yes.
Right,
That would then guide our decision.
Right, they were all about the same price, 7,500, except for the one that Mr. Stefanik found, which I believe was the ESC, which theirs was 900.
No, theirs was just cost
Okay,
involved, so there was no.
why did I have a
service fee.
$900 one in my mind?
SBA was higher than.
Oh, they were like, they were 7,000, yeah. So, Corinne, to your point, if we're gonna do it, the most cost-effective one is the Miami County ESC.
Mhm.
The other ones that we researched were just pretty much around, let's just say 7,000.
Mhm.
So I know where you and Joel and
I
Stan.
wonder if they
Go
would
ahead.
give us a discount since we already have some applications, like they're not in charge of going out. Like, I wonder if they could give us a search light,
I think you would want them to try to go out
And cast a wider
Yeah.
net, so to speak, okay.
that's just my opinion.
Sure.
Okay.
Simon, where do you stand on this? Right now, we're kind of like at 2-4 the service.
Do you have anything else you want to say, Mr. Core? I think you spoke for it.
Go ahead. Read this.
I think we're going to have a hard time finding somebody to fill this position. I think we need to engage somebody that is going to do a more aggressive search,
Okay,
and that's going to be able to provide the individuals a good understanding of the layout of the school and what the future holds.
okay. So that's the majority, right? So there's no reason to have any further discussion. And I don't want to be rude. Do you have
No,
any?
it's
Because
okay.
we're, right, we
Well,
have 5 people.
I mean, she could say something
Oh,
that
sure,
changes
yeah,
our
I don't want to cut
minds,
her off.
and
Go
No,
ahead.
I was just thinking more on the timeline, because it's still
Yeah, that's what
unclear
I'm
to
looking
me what our timeline is, and I would agree. If in fact we're going to go with a vendor, then we need to start acting ASAP, because
Yeah, because Dave leaves, next week is spring break. Then we have, 4 weeks in April, which is negotiations. And then then we have 4 full weeks in May, and then Dave's gone.
So I
So-
think that, again, I'm not sure what their tiers of supports are, but I don't think we need to do the big
The goal for
survey.
this.
Yeah, I don't think we need to
Oh,
do a survey.
sure.
This is a very specific job,
Okay,
I think that if they can, give us a different, like an expedited service. That's the word I'm looking for, like an expedited search.
okay,
That,
so does the board want,
I'm comfortable with you
If
calling.
anybody else has time, feel free.
I'd
I'm not,
like to recommend that we reach out first to K-12 because
Well,
they
that's
are
what-
already familiar with us. They've given us a quote.
they gave us one for this too.
Right. They
Right.
gave us a quote,
Yeah.
but they know us as a board. They know our community. They certainly have.
It's a different person, you know that, right? It's not Kathy this time. They assigned us, just so you know.
Okay, yeah.
They have somebody that's specific about treasurers.
Oh, well, we received that information, that email that I forwarded, and I forget the lady's name, but
Is it Cindy?
yeah, that does sound familiar.
I've worked with Cindy
Yeah.
before in the hiring process. So.
Yeah, so anyways, but they did assign us a person and, you know, so we want to reach out
And
to,
just find out what the
Miami
time, can
County.
they start us? When can they start us? How long can they take? And then we can start the process. That's what I would like to move that we
and we need to
vote
vote on, like,
to employ one of those three services to allow you to not negotiate, but, you know, pursue this with those three people and bring us back the
so
action.
next week is spring break. We aren't meeting again until the 13th, which is a work session. So do we want to schedule a meeting? Because we're gonna have to vote on it as a board and discuss, I mean, I can push the information out, you know, information only, do not reply, but we need to have,
Right.
schedule a
Yeah,
meeting so we
yeah.
can vote on it.
Yeah.
Well,
Can we make a motion and add it to the agenda tonight?
Well, we're not meeting until the 13th, which is our work
you
session.
mean to vote on it tonight?
To authorize,
Another meeting.
well, no, I was gonna say to authorize you
Oh.
to
But
vendor,
we,
contract with a vendor.
well, I would.
I'm not gonna just pick one without,
I would rather
the
the
board
board
needs to, yeah, I don't want to, I don't want the responsibility of, because two are the same price, and then the Miami County ESC is basically,
Like so much. cheaper.
Materials
That's almost
only,
like,
right.
Yeah, it's weird.
so I'm not comfortable making that decision. I feel like it's a board decision.
I'd like to ask Mr. Stevens a question.
Sure.
Is that okay? So, Mr. Stevens, because that's your arena and you interface with so many of these agencies, OSBA and ESC, are you willing or do you have thoughts on what might have the broader reach and?
I believe if you're looking for a more local search, I think the ESC could help around this area of Ohio, southwestern region. If you're looking to try to spread a wide net, OSBA and K-12 will be able to do that. There could be a treasurer up north and a school district that's waiting to come down south and is just looking for a good district to go to.
I think what I'm looking for is the best candidate. So how one might capture the best candidate.
Right, and I know that both groups will actively, they'll look at our district and then they'll look at who's out there and, you know, they might be able to, after discussing it with the board and finding an authorization level of salary, they might be able to say, we've got a good district down south that's looking for a strong treasurer. Would you be interested? They'll go out and recruit that. I mean, that's what both of those groups will do.
So, Mr. Stefanik, well, first of all, does anybody on the board want to volunteer to get this information in the next 2 days? Is there?
To be honest with you, I guess my feeling is I have some more questions of Mr. Stevens.
Sure.
Because I think that if we ask enough questions, we may be able to make a decision this evening, maybe not, but the OSBA, their approach versus K-12, are they comparable as far as structure? Like K-12 was, I mean, they had the whole process ready to go, from questions to interviews to everything. They had the candidates ready to go. Is that going to be the same level of service with the SBA for a similar amount of funds, or is it going to be different?
That I don't know, just because when it comes to the questions and things, they're both going to do that. They're going to get your candidates, they're going to provide the resumes to the board, they're going to go through and make recommendations and provide you the questionnaires. I personally, though, can't tell you what OSBA might do. I just know that I was called by an OSBA rep, came in, and I never saw them again.
Did they facilitate it? Like, you know how K-12
I'm
facilitated?
reading
they
the
did
email that
not.
we
They
sent.
did not.
But that could be because OSBA Tipp City may have done a different package with OSBA. But when I came, it was the superintendent met me out in the waiting room, brought me in. I went through the interview process with the 5 board members. And that was it. There was no representative, there was nobody from OSBA out there. And I know that with K-12, they do have the K-12 representative is there and they help facilitate things. But again, that could be a different package between the two.
So Simon, in the email that we received from OSBA, there is like a 7-step process and it does look very similar. Planning and profile development, vacancy announcement, advertising and recruitment, candidate screening, candidate evaluation, selection of new treasurer, and they even include like a year of mentoring, which I also believe K-12 did.
Yeah, K-12 does.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I just didn't know what that meant when you
Sure.
get down to the specifics. I guess when I'm looking at this, we have a very short amount of time. It sounds like we're down to 2. I guess, I'm not sure if somebody else is still considering Miami County ESC. My feeling is we need a broader net. And so if we're looking at 2, which is the OSBA and K-12, I understand what K-12 can deliver and I was satisfied with what they delivered last time. I would be inclined to move forward with K-12 now unless there's some discussion or some thought about additional information that we need from them.
I have a question about K-12. When we use them, obviously, we were looking for the superintendent and both of our contacts that came here were former superintendents. With K-12 treasurer, the on-site and the contacts, are they former treasurers, do you know?
Oh, they do everything. I mean, yeah, sure.
No, I mean, as their staff, do they, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, we
I
got
know
lucky
that-
because
I know
Kathy
that-
was a former superintendent.
She was a former,
Yes,
and
correct.
so is Tom, but do we?
Correct.
I'm not sure if Cindy is, but I
Yeah.
know that the owner of the company,
Mr.
Chris
Moore.
Moore, he is a former treasurer as
Okay.
well.
And they do have treasurers on their staff listing, but I don't know who they all
And
are.
they know that we're looking for a treasurer and
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
so Cynthia, yeah.
I believe that Cindy is also doing the Bethel treasurer search as well.
I was just gonna make that comment. K-12 is working with Bethel to fill the same position.
Treasurer.
Yes.
Mhm.
So K-12 is familiar with us, and K-12 is also familiar with the area, and they're already recruiting superintendents. I know the districts are somewhat different, but we are neighbors and we have a similar need and timeframe.
Yeah, I'm just saying, Joan, I think it would be certainly augmented if we went with K-12 and in fact, the person heading that process or going through, like you said, we don't have the knowledge, we have the discerning eye for that.
Right.
If they have somebody with former treasury experience, then obviously that, to me, that's very appealing.
So if we have 3 people for K-12, I'll reach out with them. If the board's authorizing me
Yep.
to,
That sounds good
And
to
then
me.
what level? There were 3 levels.
yes, I'll get all of the information from Cynthia. I'll forward it to the entire board. So what we might want to do as a board, maybe we can do a Zoom. So we're just voting tonight. So we're saying we're good. We don't need to have another meeting.
Well, you might contact them and they might say, sorry, Teresa, we're.
Right.
What I think you should do is, we're saying, ask them to work for us.
Yes.
Maybe,
We can always have a Zoom meeting just to. vote
Thursday or
and-
Friday, you
Right.
could say, hey, guys.
Well, I'm gonna get it done tomorrow. I'm
Okay,
not wasting
so
any time.
let's say Wednesday, we get an email from you
I will
saying,
do this tomorrow.
we need to make a Zoom call next week, or
I want to do
you know,
it this week. Like I'll get the information from Cynthia tomorrow.
we could have a Zoom call Thursday to
We
approve
can,
them and
we
move
can have a
forward.
Zoom call just to vote. Go ahead, Mr. Stefanik.
I was just saying, and they say the 24 hours notice, you gotta keep.
Right, that's Thursday or Friday. Today's
Right.
Monday.
Well, yeah, but I mean.
I'm gonna get this information tomorrow.
I mean, you can announce the meeting today if you want, and then you make sure you've got the.
But we don't know when
24
K-12 has available. That's why I think you kind of have to
Yeah,
wait for
so when you
that.
work tomorrow, then you have to make sure you get it out. So then
Yeah.
Thursday or Friday, you'd have the 24 hours notice to get it done.
And then we also need to schedule a meeting to work with the attorney on negotiations with the board as
Right.
well. So if there's a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone,
Maybe that's the way.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to
Good
do
idea.
both.
Right.
So
Good idea.
I know that Mrs. Carroll has indicated that she has, every evening is open this week.
Okay.
At the moment, that doesn't mean that her schedule wouldn't change, but the sooner we can let her know what we'd like to do, the better. And I do have later
Well,
on.
can we just schedule that now? Because next week is spring break.
Yeah, I can't do Friday. I can do Thursday.
Right, so can we, and it can be Zoom,
Tentatively,
like we can just do Zoom. So we can discuss the treasurer thing and we can also, well, we need Helen's schedule. So Dave,
She said she was clear. If we get to her, she's clear right now.
Here's an idea. let's talk about dates that were not available. So
Well,
anybody that's objecting, like,
She said she can't do Friday, so we're looking at everybody's calendar for Thursday.
yeah.
Can everybody look at this Thursday?
I'm available after 6.
Yes.
Simon, how are you for Thursday?
It's the 25th.
Yeah. I'm actually available Thursday.
I'm available the 25th.
6:30 would be good. for
Yeah,
me.
we'll just Zoom. You can Zoom in from home.
If we need to, yeah. I hate doing Zoom. If I can come here and just listen, it'd be so much.
Okay,
it's so much
sure. I mean,
easier
you
for me.
can. That's fine.
Unless you guys don't want to, then I understand, then I will stay home. It's just harder for me, but that's okay.
So we have 4 people for Thursday at 6:30.
Well, is that, I didn't hear from Simon.
Well, we're waiting. I said 4. We have 4 people.
Oh, okay.
Waiting in silence.
Schedule it and I'll have to make it happen.
Okay.
So, March.
And I don't think it's gonna be long. You know what I mean? It's just, yeah.
And this would be a presentation from K-12 with the board?
No, we're just gonna get the information and we're just gonna discuss if we're gonna go with it. She's gonna I'm gonna email all the information to the board tomorrow or Wednesday.
Okay, so K-12 will not be doing
Yeah, we're just
anything.
gonna
It's
accept-
just us accepting
Correct.
and then also having Helen for an executive session to discuss negotiation.
Right. So 6:30.
How long is Helen estimating that second portion?
Today, we
What's the
thought,
second portion?
we thought, you mean for to go over?
Yeah.
She's estimated, I mean, today, Mark and I were with her today, and we think that we could go over that within an hour,
Okay,
to an hour and a half, just depends on the questions that the board has, but
perfect.
I would defer to Helen with her expertise in negotiating, but,
Okay, so thank you, everybody. So Thursday at 6:30, and Dave, you can get that out to the media.
Are we meeting in person or not?
Yes, I'd like confirmation. Are we doing Zoom?
Yeah, I'll leave that up to
I
Mr.
will be here and anybody can come.
Okay, perfect.
6:30.
Thank you.
Perfect.
And
And
then
I'll send out a link as well. and
So it's an option, because like Simon has
Thank you.
he's gonna have to squeeze it in, so
Thank you.
whatever works for everybody.
Yeah, that is a good point, Teresa.
What?
Like, Simon's
Yeah.
already gonna have to.
Yes, you can
just-
squeeze it in. You don't have to come in
yeah,
person. You can
I
just
love
do
that.
it from wherever you're doing it.
That's one thing that COVID, like we can do
Yes,
more of that,
I
being
agree.
flexible.
It makes it so much
Yes.
easier, because I'm gonna have some tough meetings in April as well.
Yes.
Well, while we're talking about meetings under old business, I'll bring it up with, and I don't, trust me, I'm 20%, but I cannot attend the April work session, which is April 13th, and I'm perfectly fine with you guys doing it without me. It's up to you, I don't care. I can do it on the 14th or the 15th, or the 4 of you are more than glad to, whatever.
Well, what's on the agenda?
Well,
We need to have it?
Yeah, typically we kind of do it like a couple weeks before. I don't have anything on it as
I
of now.
apologize, I was typing. Are we
Oh, sorry.
discussing the
Well,
the
I'm not
regular
going to be at
meeting?
the April work session,
April work
which
session?
is April 13th, so I don't have anything in my notes for what we're going to be doing in April. So,
The only thing I can imagine that would be some kind of interview stuff for the treasurer's position. So if you need to move it, I can move it that week. So, I mean, I'm good to move it if you want to, Teresa.
in case we have to do interviews. that
Just in
is- that
case,
is a
I don't
good
know.
idea.
So if we go to the 12th or the 14th
We
or
don't
the
have
15th,
anything on the agenda right now so that is a good idea. Use the work session for interviews.
right. So, or to go through some stuff with them, because you know how, I'm just reflecting
Yeah,
back.
we
to
had
this.
to
We had
do
so
a
many
couple
meetings,
meetings.
yeah, so.
Simon and Joellen, is there anything on your calendars for Wednesday, April 14th, if we move the meeting one day?
That's fine.
Simon, how are you for Wednesday, April 14th?
Will it still be at 5?
Sure,
Unless somebody needs to adjust it.
yeah, unless we need to adjust it.
I can't do Wednesday, April 14th.
That's okay.
How about Monday the 12th?
I could do Monday the 12th.
I can't do Monday, so you guys just leave it as
sorry.
an I won't attend. That's fine. Well, like I said, I'm 20%, it's no big deal. I trust you guys. I think that's a good one.
Well,
Pick a
why don't we
winner.
just, the 13th, and you just
Yeah.
not come? and-
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't care. No, I'm fine. I don't need to be there.
Let's
I am-
just keep it.
I'm
We may not
perfectly
need it
fine.
as a work session.
I do
we may
not.
need it for another time.
I do not need to be there, so that's great. Okay, anything else under old business? Good, okay. So now we have item 10, which is new business consent agenda items. Do we motion and second on that? Yes, Dave? Motion and second. I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Heatherly. Is there any discussion? Oh, there is no discussion. We've already done consent. Ready for the vote, Dave?
Yeah, it was Dunaway and Heatherly.
Dunaway, Heatherly.
Let's see, Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion carries. New business, item 11A, which is resignations. Looking for a motion in a second.
All motion.
I'll second.
Motion and second, Mrs. Heatherly and Mrs. Dahl. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'd have some.
Sure.
So as was discussed at citizen comments earlier today, we've lost some pretty good teachers and administrators over the last 18 months.
I apologize, Simon, I didn't mean to steal your thunder there. Who was the first and second?
Heatherly and Dahl.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. So we've lost some good teachers and administrators, and I guess I'd like to understand why. Maybe it's nothing to do with the district, maybe it does. Do we do extra interviews with people that leave?
We've suggested it for a long time, definitely.
Yeah, we don't have anything
We've always
official
suggested that.
in the hopper right now.
Mhm.
There are actually official exit interview structures that you can purchase from folks, or you can do informal exit interviews, with staff that are leaving. Some people share it openly without even asking, they'll just share it. Other people that they won't share it, and some won't share it depending on who's asking. They just want to be positive and move on to the next thing, so they may not share the actual reason for the exit interview. So some of the teachers at this time of year, what we have is their entire family got up and moved, and so they evaluate whether or not they're close enough to still commute, or whether or not they have to go to another community. And so one that I heard of recently, the family moved, and so one spouse tried to travel for a little bit, and then the other spouse tried to travel, and they realized that for both of them it was just too tough, and so they had to resign at that point. So sometimes it's those situations. Otherwise, it's some things related to job satisfaction.
I think it'd be interesting to understand that and have some type of process in place. I would be in favor of our moving as a board to have a process for exit interviews to understand why we're losing some of our key staff and our teachers that are well regarded and well respected in the community. I know that the list here, there's a lot of good people that we're losing. I think I can't speak specifically about anybody else other than Chris Zink, but my interactions with Chris have been excellent. I've heard a lot of great things from the community about Principal Zink, and I know that the fact that he's resigning is upsetting to a lot of people in the community, and so I'd like to understand why. So I think that that's important.
Yeah, Simon, I think that without an answer, we can only speculate.
Right.
And part of creating that answer, which then helps us, depending on what the answer is, know what the next steps are, but we have to first ask the question. So I think that, again, doing an exit interview, having an HR that monitors so that we don't have to worry about losing good people unless they want to take flight. If it was a choice to leave, that's a different situation altogether. That was I'm thriving, I'm sad to leave, but I'm leaving.
Mhm.
That's just our loss, right? So I think part of that too is that what we do with what we have, and who and how we develop and how we nurture and how we grow our own. As we look at coming up, we're going to have some admin openings. One of the best things to do is be able to grow our own leadership, so that when we have these openings, we can tap our own people to rise into those. And that we've done, I always thought Urban Meyer was excellent at developing his key positions 3 deep. You look at Cardale Jones, stepped into quarterback, the first college football team, and then won And nobody even heard of this kid because he was the third deep quarterback, you know, like, how can we do that here? How can we develop and support our leadership so that when we have an opening, we have a plethora of people that feel valued, that feel poured into,
Yes.
that we've helped deliver them and raise them up and support them. One of the things, and I know I've talked to Mr. Stefanik about it, and he wasn't really ready to dip into that yet. It's this leadership excellence group out of Cincinnati, and they do so much of that, and they can really help Mr. Stefanik create the team that he needs. And then that team, then they create their next team, and then that team creates their next team. And we're developing 3 deep people from our own stock for any position. And people feel valued, they feel heard, they feel a part of the process. It's not cheap, but I don't think that cheap matters. I think valuing people and investing in our people matters. And I think that and I don't know that we don't have a lot of job security. I mean, I know that you read in those things that people reported that they feel really happy. So, you know, and I don't know that they don't. But I still think it's always a good idea to develop our own people and, you know, help them grow. Because if we're not growing them, we could be losing out on some really awesome people and some really awesome things that they could be doing. So, and I know we're not here to talk about leadership excellence, but I think that's something that we should maybe keep in the back of our heads of how do we support the people that we have. So that's fine.
So I would have to agree with Simon with the exit interviews. That has been something that we've been talking about for years. Mr. Stefanik, I don't know if you've done that in previous districts, but not also with staff that are leaving. We really need to get answers from families. Why are you leaving our district? So the exit interviews, you know, if we had an HR, that's something that typically comes out of the HR department. So because we don't, then you and your staff kind of have to filter that work out. And then also, to Corinne's point, another thing that is super important is, you know, when we're in our district, we tend to hire these administrators with no experience. So when you're hiring a high school principal that hasn't been a high school principal, or you're hiring a middle school principal who hasn't been a middle school principal, then how do we develop them? It's our job as a district to say, hey, Ann, we're hiring you. We know that you've never done this job before, but then we're letting her fail. There has to be the training if we're hiring new people. And you're new, I mean, this is like predates you, but it's not okay to hire these people and then not give them the foundation and then, you know, the instruction. That's the piece that seems to be missing.
Well, I'm not sure I understand the foundation of that statement. I mean, that they don't have that. I mean, and I'm not sure how we're talking about HR and developing people. I'm just saying we're talking about resignations of people here from our school district, and I'm trying to understand why we're losing them. I understand that we have to do other things related to that, but I think that's a discussion for another time.
But you brought up why people are resigning in the last 18 months. And as a person who, you know, sits here on this side of, you know, the equation, we are missing the piece about mentoring and developing. So that's my whole solution is if we were mentoring and developing, maybe we wouldn't be having so many resignations over the last 18 months.
You have to set them up for success.
Right. You have to give them tools in their toolbox. And mentoring and developing are 2 huge tools.
Well,
Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
No, it's okay.
That comes with time and development and experiences. There has to be a measure of tolerance that recognizes that a person with 2 years of experience is different from someone who has 12 or 28. So you have to have some tolerance that people are learning and developing through the journey of their career. You're not going to hire somebody, whether they have experience or not, and then just plug them in and they're 100% in all areas. There's a professional development plan and tolerance that goes along with it. Corinne, we set the climate here for the district. We probably need to look at what we think being valued and heard and invested in and see if that's consistent with our behaviors. And also if that is really what is being conveyed and people who work here in the district are feeling.
I couldn't agree.
And that's
with you
why I
more.
love your training, Corinne, that email that you sent all of us,
Yeah.
because that touches on all of these
And
points.
it does, and I think you're 100% correct. It starts with us, with the 5 of us.
That's what you said the last
We
week.
set the culture and we set the tone. And if we don't put in the hard work to get it right here, we're just gonna frustrate every single layer below us.
Well, and to that point, you know, I remember even early last year, we brought up exit interviewing.
Yeah.
As a
6 years.
as just one facet of tapping into the employee's, you know, mindset. And again, I mean, I'm glad to hear you're supporting it, but I mean, that was something that was on the table. And I think even Mrs. Dunaway, before I was on the board, was talking about exit interviews for, and I find it valuable. It's no different than when you check into a hotel. And you check out and they give you that little card to fill out. You check all the boxes that you were satisfied with or not. And as far as the change, I mean, again, I'm not sure I'm reading correctly what some things are being said here, because some change is inevitable. For example, a retirement. And how do you offset somebody who's been in education 32 years and wants to retire? I don't think you can lump that.
Yeah, you can't. Somebody wants to retire, they're
I mean,
going.
you're ready. And so to make some conclusions on data that we don't really have, given the situation, and I know that there were some administrative positions that changed simply because of, or I shouldn't say simply, but a key factor was family localities and being closer to families. And sometimes those opportunities arise. You gotta go for it because that door will be open again.
There's no guarantee that somebody's gonna be truthful and honest or feel safe enough to disclose on an exit interview. So
So you'd rather not do them at all?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that to be fair, that's not the answer. That is one protocol that if Mr. Stefanik wants to put that in place, then we give him the opportunity to put that in place.
Absolutely.
And he can share that with us or not. To keep saying, getting HR still would sit under him on the table of organization. That's not going to be a fix-all. We have to invest in Mr. Stefanik and our treasurer and all of our administrators to help them develop over the continuum of time. To expect during COVID to think that every single thing that you have a grievance with in this district is going to be fixed in the 8 months that Mr. Stefanik has been here. Even when we've had administrators coming in and out, we've had a lot of change in the district. We owe him and whoever we bring in the time to develop.
My concern is that we are losing quality people because they feel that there is no job security here or that they're not valued. And I want to say one thing very strongly and clear is that I believe that our school district, its administrators, and I don't speak for the board, I can only speak for myself, and I'll speak for the administration. But I can tell you that from where I'm sitting, I feel that we've got outstanding administrators, we have outstanding teachers, and that you are, at least to me, and I would suspect the rest of the board, I can't speak for them, very valued, and that if there are issues and things like that, let's get to the bottom of them. But you know, leaving the school district hopefully is not something that's going to be a solution to any concerns.
Well, I agree, Simon. I mean, I don't think when you want to minimize attrition as much as possible and look at the reasons for it, but that's where I'm saying I'm not quite sure that we even have the data that allows us to make some of these conclusions that I'm hearing here. So I personally am sort of a data-driven person. I think that's what you need to focus on. And, you know, it's easy to jump to a conclusion or a hypothesis, but I just tend not to do that.
And I just want to clarify that leadership development and excellence is for us as a board, so we can be more supportive of our admin, who will then also engage in activities. But again, the thing I was getting at is that, so when we have openings, for whatever reason, we hope that when people leave, it's for happy reasons like retirement, or they found a better spot for themselves, location, whatever the reason is. But if we intentionally develop people, when these openings occur, we can rise from inside instead of looking outside, because we've been intentional and we've poured into our own people, so that when we need to fill a spot, our best candidates are the ones that we've created and that we've helped develop.
More cross-training?
Well, to your point.
Whatever they decide to do. I'm just saying that would be my hope, that we can, you know, foster that.
That's what we do in manufacturing. So in manufacturing, there are 3 people that can do the same job.
Mhm.
And then if somebody leaves or for whatever reason, you've got 2 more people. And then those 2 people then train that 3rd person. So to your point,
Yeah.
that those 3 successful people already know the climate and culture. They already know your vision. They already have the characteristics, integrity, and values of the district. So that's the goal.
And I think people feel valued when
Absolutely.
they give years and service and heart, and teachers give heart. And then when the leadership position opens, that they're given an opportunity.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I agree. Are there any further, oh, go ahead, I'm
I
sorry.
guess it'll be interesting to see how many internal applicants apply for them.
Yeah, that's a great
Yeah,
point.
there's more data that we can be looking at.
Any more discussion on 11A resignations?
I just want to say that all these 3 individuals, thank you very much for your service. It was very much valued, and we wish you the best of luck.
Dave,
Absolutely.
ready for the vote?
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
motion carries. Item 11B, supplemental correction, fall 2020, 2021. So the question I had on
First and
this,
second.
oh, I'm sorry. Was I going too fast?
I'll
We need
motion.
a
Motion and
first
second.
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Motion and second, Mrs. Heatherly and Mrs. Dahl. So is there any discussion? So I have a point to make on the program assistant. So going back to, if you look at policy 3129.09D, when we hire somebody on a board agenda as a volunteer,
What's that policy number?
oh, sorry, 3129.09, and I specifically looked at D. D like
109.09.
3129.09. So when we hire somebody on a board agenda as a volunteer,
That policy doesn't exist.
312909, I looked it up today. Hang on, did I say it wrong? Hang on for a minute.
Well, I was looking at that, and I don't know how much you were going back and forth in the policy thing.
Yeah.
But I think it's 4120.09.
Sorry, hang on. No, it's right here, volunteers. 3129.09, I have it.
Is that an administrative guideline?
It's under, yeah, professional staff
Yeah, but
in the 3000s.
is it policy manual or administrative?
It's, sorry, Dave.
I couldn't find that.
If you look at the,
Yeah, it's PO, administrative guidelines.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, it's right under employment of personnel for
No,
code.
I think it's 3120.
That's what I said. Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. 3120.09, I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
I apologize. It's under 3120.09 volunteers. I'm sorry. So item D says, may not accept compensation from any third party or source, including but not limited to booster, parent, or other district support organizations for the performance of his or her official duties as a volunteer on behalf of the board. And here's the deal.
Well.
Sorry.
A fundraising, the team groups, that's the district. That's not a third party organization. That's the district paying the employee. So I'm just letting you know that we are different from a booster group or anything like that. I mean, this doesn't apply here.
But Mr. Stefanik, he is being paid out of fundraising, so is that,
Team money.
is that the same as the athletic boosters? I'm confused on that.
No.
Okay, so they just
That's the
go
money
out and
our team
separate?
has.
Okay, but here's the thing. If we hire somebody as a volunteer, it's just that, it's a volunteer. So typically, and so this person was hired June 22nd, 2020 as a volunteer. Other times we do hire people and it's a program assistant. In the little like parentheses or asterisks will say up to $2,000 to be paid out of fundraising. So my whole thing is, I don't like when we put somebody as a volunteer and then come back later and say, oh, well, we meant to say they were going to get compensation. I just don't like that kind of gray. And it's not that I'm saying this person doesn't deserve to get paid, but that's not how it was board approved. I'm sorry, you want to comment, Mr. Stefanik, since this was, you're the person that's been kind of quarterbacking this?
We approve volunteers and we hire staff, just to clarify your
Yeah.
statement, so,
Uh-huh.
because you were using the word hire. And I'm not sure, I'm trying to understand your
Yeah, sure.
concern, but this and previous boards have done it this way, so we have an established practice. So if there's something that we need to address and change, then that might be an outcome.
Right, do you see where it says was originally approved as volunteer?
I understand,
Okay.
yeah, I see that, I
Okay.
understand what you're saying. So if that's something, a practice that we need to address, we need to address it. This is about voting for these three positions, because that's what the motion's about, right?
Right, yeah, so we haven't,
So I know you're saying, you're saying it's not about these people, but we're voting about these three people. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is if there's a practice that we need to address and change, then let's put that on the agenda and do that.
what we're trying to establish is if Noah Bledsoe is getting paid. And so if he was originally hired as just a volunteer, I don't think we can go back and then change it and say we're gonna pay him $2,000.
Well, we did that for
That's-
cross-country, we've done that for track, and we've done that for
We,
other
we kicked,
teams.
no, we kicked those back. We said no.
No, we approved it.
We've done
The
this.
only thing we didn't approve was a soccer
Soccer
plan.
was a soccer one,
Can
okay.
I ask you, were those funds coming out of a fundraiser or were they coming out of the?
Typically what it says
district
there,
funds.
from, it says fundraising.
We consider the team account, I mean, when it says fundraising, that's the team account. That's the money that we have on their behalf.
So where did the money on their behalf come from? The boosters?
Depends on what the team did.
No,
No,
they
the
do
team fundraising.
activities, and so I believe the football team had at least a golf tournament and one other fundraiser last late summer and fall.
I thought we only did boosters.
No, the boosters, big fundraiser is the early in the school year.
Door to door, they collect
All the
money.
athletes go out and go door to door. And I think they may have done it online this past fall because they couldn't go door to door, but they go out door to door and they just, get
Donations.
donations.
Yeah.
Yeah, the teams, in addition to that, the teams go out and sometimes do, their own independent fundraisers to increase their team accounts.
Like baseball sells, right now baseball is selling those cards, those discount cards, or the
That's
coupon cards.
fundraising.
Right, so they do their own, I think football does have the golf tournament. My whole thing is,
It's not about what the fundraiser is. The statement is they do it. The teams do individual team fundraising. And in the past, these sort of things have been on our agenda and we've approved them.
And I remember in the past being very vocal that I did not like it
Yeah,
because
me
it
too.
gives the appearance that you're gonna slide in and be approved as a volunteer, and then later we're gonna pay you. And I know that I have come out harsh against that.
Me
And
too.
also, the thing that bothers me about this is that it's not just approving him for $2,000, it's now gonna make him a program assistant, which is now we're hiring him. This is different. And then we're gonna go back and change, we approved him as a volunteer, and now we're gonna change that from a volunteer to now we're hiring him as a program assistant.
Again, if we need to talk about the practice and get the practice aligned with the value of the board,
Mhm.
then let's put that on the agenda and take care of it. The motion is to approve
Right.
these three people, and I didn't want to go.
right,
through all
no,
the
it is
names.
a motion, but then you have discussion. So we're
Right.
discussing
I'm
why.
discussing my problem with
Yeah, we're
this.
discussing,
Right,
like, why do we
because
want to
now-
hold
But,
this?
but now your
Right.
problem's with this person. I know you're
No, I
saying
don't have
it's
a problem
not,
with
but
this
it's
person.
coming off
It's the
that way.
practice. No, it's the practice. You don't board agenda approve somebody as a volunteer and then come back 6 months later and pay them. That's just,
Well,
that's
Well,
sloppy.
we've done that for other.
and it wasn't right before.
Yeah,
I will say right now, that was
Yeah.
not
I
correct.
don't want to.
And I don't want to continue something because it's precedence. And now we're saying we're going to change a volunteer from a volunteer to a program assistant, and we're going to back pay them. There was not a posting for a program assistant in
Yeah.
June of last year.
Correct.
So what about opportunity here? What about equality? You know, that's a big word in
Right.
education. Where's the equity and equality for others? And then finally, I'd like to know this was June of 2020, originally approved as a volunteer. What has been the nidus that has now made it
this many months later.
non-volunteer. I mean, and I'm not understanding that. We're arguing or discussing or debating this or that. I'd like to know, how did we move from volunteer to 2,000? Who initiated that process?
Do you have any information on that, Mr. Stefanik, since you're the one that's been
Yeah.
kind of quarterbacking this?
Yes, the head football coach was looking for an additional coach last spring. He came in contact with Mr. Bledsoe, and they had a conversation about whether he would be a good fit for the coaching staff. At that time, the head coach, who was still relatively new to Tipp City, was operating off of previous districts' understanding. And at that point, the sports programs had access to their own funds without coming to the board, without going through the treasurer. They had access to their own funds. And so if they wanted to hire an additional assistant coach, they could utilize their fundraiser dollars to do that. At the time they were having the conversation, the football team had not done their fundraisers yet. So the head football coach told the potential new coach that he couldn't tell him what he would like to pay him for the position. And as the June board meeting was approaching, and he was being pressed by Ms. Prawl for an amount. What amount should we put on the board agenda? She did not get an exact amount. And so without having the exact amount, she put the volunteer label on the posting or on the agenda for the board. So then the football team did their fundraisers in late summer, early fall. They were pleasantly surprised that in the pandemic that the fundraisers actually created some decent funds. But then the team went through their season, went 2 rounds into the playoffs, and then the team checked out their gear and they called it a season. And then in January, the conversation came up again that they never addressed the coach's supplement. And so that's when the conversation started about, could it be, placed on an agenda for possible consideration to take care of the situation that was forgotten by the coach. And so, again, the conversation started last May, and I know it's been almost 12 months, and if anybody would, talk to the coach, he didn't want to push this off, this far, but everybody else was in the proper category and not this assistant coach. So that's where the situation is. Dave and I have talked that this type of listing that you see now in the board agenda, if it pleases the board, then you see these types of listings. And then if you do see the word volunteer, then those positions are never to, be resurrected again for potential pay. Anything that has the potential of any pay, we will inform all the coaches and the athletic department that it has to be presented this way. Otherwise, there's no chance in the future of it being reconsidered.
So my questions are concerned as to, based on what you've just said, you and Mr. Stevens have done an analysis as to whether the board can approve this as it's presented. And I'm suspecting the fact that it's on our agenda today means that you and Mr. Stevens have come to the conclusion that it's permissible for us to approve that, or has that determination not been ultimately made?
Well, the decision in the final process, is up to the board. Decisions like this have occurred in the past. I have heard that there's some discomfort with folks being listed as unpaid or volunteer, and then coming back for a subsequent, stipend or supplement. But in reviewing, and talking to some people that have been here historically, it has been a practice. And the sad part about this year is there seems to be several exceptions, that came up. We had a situation where COVID, created some coach to student group sizes or class sizes, if you will, to use another term that we're used to. And so cross-country had to add some coaches, and then that coach, again, didn't apply in a timely manner to get those coaches paid. That happened. And then this one happened, and the initial one that I was part of was actually when I was part of a Zoom meeting last spring. I believe it was a soccer camp or
There's a
something.
cheerleading one too. Okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
and there were some coaches that got paid and some coaches that weren't. And so then there was a request to correct that. And so it's come up several times in the last 12 months. But as Dave and I talked about this, we could create this one as the last exception, and now it's up to the teams, file it the correct way. This person either has a chance to get a supplement or a stipend, or the person really is a volunteer for the program. And if we put them in those two categories, then the volunteer label then would definitely be that's it for that position. And the other ones would say up to 1,500, up to 2,000, whatever, and the board would then just determine whether or not they were comfortable with that requested or recommended stipend range.
So I guess my personal feeling is that whether we like the switching of volunteer to paid position or not, whether we like that or not is a question for a future policy discussion. The question that's in front of me right now, I guess the way I'm viewing this is that is this permissible, this action permissible under our guidelines and our rules? Based on my reading of 6610, the Student Activity Fund and the student fundraising, as well as what we just discussed, I don't necessarily see that being against our rules, but I don't necessarily also feel comfortable that I understand that completely, not having had an opportunity to really dive into this. I'm in favor of doing this, but I want to understand that doing it is consistent with our board policies and the law. And so I would want to have a better understanding of what our policies provide than it was done in the past. I'm not saying that that's not indicative of what the conclusion is, but I think that we have to understand that more definitively than past practice. And so while I am in favor of approving this additional $2,000 or the $2,000 rather to this volunteer, I would want to understand that that is not running foul of our current policies as they exist.
And Simon, our policies to me are fine. The problem is we board approved this person as a volunteer. So now we're coming back and saying, oh, hang on, he wants paid. So to me, it's not a policy issue. It's just about how this was presented and approved by the board. So
I have no problem with that as long as it's consistent with our policies.
Right. And so we just can't keep saying last time.
Well, we
Right.
just did it on January 25th. We went back and we approved up to $750 for fundraising for 2 cross-country coaches from the 2020 season. So
Was that,
that's just 2 months ago.
I thought that one was when they were hired, it was in that line saying up to, you know how when we get all the batches,
Yeah.
it says in there volunteer,
Up to
no pay,
1,500.
or
They split
volunteer
it.
up to $750. So, and I did not think that this one said that there was an up to or anything.
Right.
And I think that the other thing about this is that we're retroactively changing his title as well.
That's the big part for me.
I don't know if you can hire somebody as one, you can approve somebody as one thing, have them perform that work under an approval as a volunteer, and then go back and say, no, we decided that we hired you way back then. And if we hired you as a program assistant, I don't know if you're a volunteer, if you have to have certain license, if you have to have a student permit, a student activity permit. I don't know that he had a student permit. Maybe that's why he was a volunteer and not a program assistant. I think that this is changing so many things in here that I don't know that doing this isn't illegal.
But Joellen, those were, what you're talking about, the program assistant high school cross country, it was listed up to $750 out of fundraising. So it was on the agenda like that, and that's what we approved.
Yeah, after they'd already done all the work.
No, when
This
we,
is how it was presented to the
Right,
board.
but the season was over by then, just like this football season's over. And regardless of what title we're going to approve this under or not, I don't think that really matters. I mean,
well,
can he should still be called,
I think it does because
because
if
we're
you're
going
going
in
to
the rears to fix something. They've already put in the work.
Well, I don't think we're going in the arrears to fix anything. What's happened is they've changed the conditions of his volunteering and they want us to now approve it.
They've gone.
What
into
I
arrears.
see as happening is that as a volunteer, he might not have had to have a pupil permit activity thing. But as a program assistant, if that was posted and listed and giving everybody free and equal opportunity to apply for that, he might have had to have a pupil permit,
Yeah.
you know, but I don't know that, and I don't know that he has that, and I don't know that he had that in June when he was approved as a volunteer. Now we're hiring him as a program assistant, and then we're gonna back pay him for something that he wasn't hired for in June. I think that I have a lot of problems with this for a lot of different reasons, and I don't know that he was qualified to get the pay as a program assistant in June. And I don't know any of that. And I think that
We didn't ask any of those questions about the fall cross-country people either.
because when we approved that in June, it said in that list up to $750. It was gonna be determined later.
No, this
And
was
then
in
later he
January.
came back.
This was in January.
But sometimes we do forget to pay people, but if you go to the original supplemental contract sheet, a lot of those say up to 1,000. That doesn't mean they're gonna get the 1,000, but it's approved that way. This person came in strictly as a volunteer.
Okay, so do you want me to go back and find out when these cross-country people were listed as volunteers?
Well, you can.
Well, then we'll have to go back and correct that too.
Well,
Right.
that's my point.
Right.
It's a distinction without a difference, I think.
Yes, correct.
And so that means to me, ultimately, the question is approving this running foul of our policies? If it's not, when we look at 6610, which says the board authorizes the treasurer to act on its behalf to review and approve each expenditure, if this is consistent with what's permissible, then if we don't like the result, we have to then change our policies. But I'm not convinced at this point that I understand whether this is permissible or not. And while I'm in favor of doing it, when I'm going through this just off the cuff here and looking at our policies, I don't have a clear definitive answer. And I think that
I don't either.
I want to approve it, but I think we need to know the answer before we say yes.
Well, I'd like to add into this, please, that I appreciate all the discussion about the policies and the amount and everything, but one of my concerns, and I doubt that this isn't, maybe in a policy, is again, from the onset of that position, how is it being communicated for opportunity, for fair opportunity for others? That's just a really big thing with me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
I feel that
Like how many people had the opportunity
do
to
we, yes, and
wear
where,
the 2,000 and apply for that?
I mean, if we're
I can't
going,
see-
if I may, if we're going to go into the, the dissections of policies and this and that, then I think that there's another component that needs to go with that. Let's look at the paperwork. How many applicants filled out the paperwork for this? Was this an oral interview, an oral agreement? Was it a written one? Where was the exposure for opportunity from others? Because without all those components, I mean, this really can kind of look, I'm not saying it happened. I am not saying that. I have no information to say that. But from a surface appearance, it just looks kind of fluid.
Yeah.
And what does that mean, up to 2,000? And who makes who has the discretion of what that amount is? Does anybody
I
know?
guess it would be the coach,
For the head coach.
right?
So it could be 1,000, it could be 100, it could be 2,000, I mean,
Right. So Mr. Stefanik, how about this? How about we get more information on this? Because one thing is we're not clear is Because in June, it was a volunteer. So now it says program assistant high school football. So is that for the upcoming season? Because the title changed. Okay, so no.
No.
Okay.
This is all about the 2020 football season.
Okay.
Which was back in September through.
So the title went from volunteer to program assistant.
We don't really know that. That's not designated there. I mean, you can make that argument when it came up as a volunteer. You would say the same thing.
Because I thought this came up in conversation because the person is going to do it again, right?
He would have the potential.
You said the conversation came up.
Yeah, he
Right.
would have the potential to be a coach, but that's not this contract.
Right.
The contract for the next football season would come up in June.
Right,
if
but
he
my
was on the
question,
staff.
right, but so that's why I was confused because of the title change, right? Approved as volunteer and now it's program assistant. So I think we just need a little bit of cleaning up if you could get us more information on that. So I would amend that we
So
take
there is
that.
a contract. Is that what you're saying? There is a contract
I don't
for
know.
this? No, there's not.
No, because volunteers don't have contracts, right? But to Corinne's point, program assistants do?
Okay.
I
I don't know, I'm asking.
Yeah, I think the difference, you could call it program assistant, you could call it assistant coach. It's the difference between a volunteer coach and assistant coach.
Okay,
That's what you're talking about. It's not the assistant head coach, it's not any of that.
sure,
From the information I received, he's the linebackers or the defensive backs coach.
okay,
And that was his assignment, on the team. And so the other information that they said that he was, signed on as an assistant coach for the varsity team, but he did varsity games on Fridays, JV games on Saturdays, and he even helped out with some of the freshman games in the fall.
And he
So-
did those things with the understanding that he's going to be paid? Or he did
Verbally,
those things
yes.
with the
Verbal
understanding?
conversation
verbal agreement.
based on whatever the fundraisers produced, the coach would try to give him something out of those fundraiser items.
Okay, so try to give him something out of those. So this, yeah, we kind of opened a door for loosey-goosey sort of dialogue and understanding. That needs to stop, I think.
No, that's what we're saying, that the coaches would have to come forward with, I have this kind of a payroll structure for
Right.
any coach that's not on the master agreement set of coaches. If you're gonna add to that, it has to come forward with an up to off to the side. And
yes,
then if they say, I don't have any more up to dollars, then the name volunteer would show up. And when the volunteer shows up in the future,
Right,
that's what it is.
right,
because we owe that fairness to everyone, to the
Sure.
board, to the applicant, to the
Right.
person, to the,
Yes.
so right now we have the original motion on the floor, which was a first and a second to vote as is. But I would amend that we just pull the program assistant off so that we can still vote on the other, which was just kind of like, I'll just call it a clerical thing for lack of explanation.
Yes, with the second set,
Right, it was just,
nothing changes. There's
Right.
one chart that says one thing and another chart says the other, but the contracts are
they're
actually.
splitting the supplemental and we wrote the contract incorrectly.
The contracts are correct.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
listed on the agenda.
Yes, or a spreadsheet.
Yeah, it was like a clerical type thing.
Yep.
Okay, so is everybody okay with that? If I make a motion to amend that we pull the program assistant high school football up and we still vote on the rest of the original motion?
Yeah.
Okay, So-
It has to be moved and seconded.
yeah, I'll make the motion for the amendment, and can I get in a second?
I second.
Okay, so Mrs. Dunaway and Mrs. Dowell. Dave, let me know if you need help recapping that.
No, I got it.
Okay.
I'm just putting it in here. President Dunaway moved to amend the motion to remove the program assistant high school football position and only vote on the following.
Correct.
And that lists the other two that were there.
And Mrs. Dowell second.
Okay. Ready for a vote?
Yeah, call, ready for the,
Dunaway,
yes.
Stahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Secor.
yes.
Motion carries.
When will that be revisited?
I think Mr. Sponger, get us a little bit more information.
Yeah, I can get more
Okay.
information. If the board is comfortable, we could even do it at the next work session instead
That's
of
what I
the
was
board
thinking.
meeting.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and just address it sooner.
Yeah, and we're just trying to, we're not saying this person doesn't, just, we're just trying to clean up the policy so that we're always, yeah.
I feel
We'll have
that,
to go back and vote on it at some point.
Yeah, I feel that Mr. Bledsoe deserves to be compensated.
Sure.
He's worked hard and helped our school out.
Agreed.
I think we need to figure out whether that's permissible under our policies. And if so, I think we need to make it happen with the next official meeting. If not, then we need to understand that and make sure that people understand that so that we're not faced with this problem again.
Right, it's not, yeah, no one is denying that this person needs to be paid. If this is, to me, this is kind of like the library issue. We just want to do it the correct way and keep doing it the correct way moving forward.
Get the framework set.
Yeah, we're just be consistent, so we don't keep saying last time, because that wastes too much time.
Yeah.
This is the last time, we're gonna clean it up and we're just gonna move forward. It's very simple.
Yeah.
Okay,
With the
I'm sorry.
understanding, again, I want to
yes,
get
Nancy?
this in here that, because we have really no information in terms of contracts, what was said, what was signed, what was understood. And we have no information as to how this position, however you're gonna frame it, the availability or the visibility of it to other potential applicants, that's a big deal for me. That's a big deal for me because this school belongs to everybody. And it's this mentality that some people, this and that, that's everything I'm against. And so that's where I'm coming from. Someone may be coming this direction, that direction. I like opportunity and fairness. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but there's nothing really convincing me here that it was uniformly understood.
I agree.
And I'm sorry, I'm the bad person,
No,
but I'll take that mantle. I'll take that
Because I
mantle.
think the other thing that I was gonna add as well, Ann, is that when we say that somebody's a volunteer, but then now we're gonna go back and pay them a year later, and then how do we know other coaches aren't gonna say, well, we had people that we told were volunteers, but we didn't submit them because you told us not to, so we didn't.
It just becomes a spaghetti bowl that never ends.
Yes.
Where do you,
So,
Well, those are actually two different issues and while I can't speak to it either. And I think a lot of times our head coaches are hustling just to get people to serve in these positions. And so to suggest that it should be posted and vetted correctly, I don't disagree with that either, but there is an element of time frame. In this circumstance, not about football, but about this fall sports for 2020, there was an element of not even knowing if they were going to be able to have the teams.
I get that,
in
Joan,
place.
and I appreciate that take. However, if a procedure had been in place prior to COVID, then it really wouldn't have been that, we would have had to make COVID exceptions. But again, kicking this can down the road and it just shouldn't be that
We'll just get it
Well,
cleaned
you're
up.
suggesting that other people don't have a chance to apply and try to get positions, whether it be for coaching or
Nothing
other
has been
positions?
presented to me that process has occurred.
There's no requirement in our policies that every person that comes up to you has to be presented to the board. We're a board that's here to decide policy.
I
We're
never
not here
said it had to
to,
be presented.
we're not here to administer,
Never said it.
we're
had
not
to be
here to
presented
administer the
the board.
district. We're not here to imply things occurred or didn't occur. The only thing that was before us was a request by our treasurer, who was authorized to do so under 6610 to pay a person who was previously designated as a volunteer for the work they completed. The only question we need to ask ourselves is that consistent with our policy? If it is, then our answer is pretty clear. If it's not, then our answer is pretty clear. If we want to change the policies in the future, that's a matter for a different discussion.
Well, that's your take. That's your, like I said, my perspective is probably different than yours, Simon. I like to look at access and opportunity and any type of little nidus I can be in that process to further access and opportunity. I'm good with that. So that's my voice on this right now. So we don't keep getting into these type of situations.
Okay, item C, certified new hire. And my only question was,
Need a first and a second.
oh, sorry, gosh darn it, okay. Can I get a motion in a second?
I'll move.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Dunaway. So Mr. Stefanik, thank you for answering my question. And it was amazing to me how many students from that grade returned. That was very unusual because I mean, you would think that that number would be kind of spread out evenly,
I asked 2 or 3 times.
That
I
was
said,
the
is that all the
craziest
grades or is that
thing.
just 8th grade? They said, just 8th grade.
because I'm thinking to myself, how many kids came back to that specific grade level to warrant this? I was just really shocked.
It's sometimes,
Very weird.
yeah, sometimes unofficially,
Yeah,
you run into like Murphy's Law, and whatever your biggest class is, like 2 out of every 3 people that register are in that biggest class, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and that's what happened here.
Right.
We had move-ins that were in addition to the number that, came back
Really?
online, in
That is
addition
even
to the
crazier.
20-some that came back offline.
so
So-
the other thing I wasn't clear on, is that just for this year? Or is this person now gonna be our next, so this is just to finish out the year?
The
Okay.
long-term sub,
Gotcha.
the way it's set up, and we even had a conversation with our board attorney, and she said, just to make sure that everybody's clear that's in a certified position, that we give them notification in May that that position ends, on the last day of school
Okay.
and not to be renewed without further action in the fall.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yes.
You can see why my brain said, how is that possible? 22 kids in the same grade band is very,
Mhm.
I've never seen that before.
That's why Mr. Southers raised the white flag.
I bet he did.
It started to come back.
He's probably thinking, what in the heck is going on?
Yeah, and
Okay.
their classes were stretching. Yes.
Is there any more discussion on that item?
I'm sorry. So.
Oh, sorry.
Because PLP that removed so
Mhm.
many count from the building, is that correct?
Mhm.
And some of those, or many of those students decided to return to the building.
Yeah, I believe that was the biggest influx by grade
Yeah.
at semester.
22
Correct,
eighth
Mr.
graders.
Beerhoff, that was pretty
Yeah.
close. And we let some of them trickle in around Thanksgiving and stuff like that, but somewhere between Halloween and the second semester starting,
We got
we
hit.
had 22 students return from online to the building, and they were all in that one grade. And so
So
that's a full class work.
The classrooms, and was this gentleman, the sub teacher, a part? He just started in, I see,
Yeah, he started in January.
January. So prior to January. Okay. So how would I guess I'm just trying to understand what those classrooms look like prior to this influx of 8 or.
When the students started coming in the late fall, Mr. Southers said, we've asked everybody to sign up till the semester. And then we're gonna give people the blanket, hey, do you wanna come back? He said our classes already are getting big in 8th grade. And so if we have 8th graders coming back, we're not gonna be able to service too many more in the 8th grade. And I believe last year, was it a language arts position or a social studies position, Mr. Veerhoff, from the middle school? Wasn't there a reduction of a position?
It was social
We
studies.
did not fill a half-time social studies, and we did not fill a full-time ELA.
Okay, so they were 1.5 teachers down from where they were at the beginning of the previous year. So then the students started to come back.
I didn't know that piece.
Yeah, and they started to come back, and they had received a halftime ELA teacher from the high school, but we didn't get any assistance in the social studies. And so
That makes
they're
more sense.
filling out the schedule. The social studies classes were getting bigger and bigger.
Oh, sure,
as one of the
sure.
bells. And so
I forgot about that.
we said we could do a long-term
Yeah.
sub, and then we'll monitor, because right about the time we were having these conversations, that's when I notified the board that the middle school and the high school were on remote. So we were saying, when we get to semester, we have to see if we're remote or if we're in person. And
Perfect.
if we're in person, then we've got to lessen those class sizes, and so we'd use the long-term sub for that. And now he's hit the 60 days, and by the sub salary schedule,
Right,
the
that sounds
60-day
true.
thing is the
That's a
zero,
long-term sub.
the zero on the teaching pay schedule. Yes.
Just some clarifying questions or confirmation. So we lost half of a social studies teacher last year. We lost an English language arts teacher. And then that was full-time that we lost.
Yes, yes, it'd be a full-time equivalent of 1.5 teachers.
And everything kind of looked good because we had people in PLP, but when those students returned, then we needed to bring those positions or some of that back. And then this is what Mr. Fisher has filled.
Yes.
Of those students, do we know how many are out of district?
In just 8th grade or in the middle school?
8th grade, I guess, is the issue.
Yes, 8th grade.
Do we know how many of those in 8th grade?
Right now, amazingly enough, as high as the PLP returners were at semester, the list of out-of-district students in that grade is remarkably low. It's actually 0.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify, when we made those reductions at the middle school, we didn't know about PLP. We hadn't even figured that part out yet.
Right.
So that is not a factor. It has become a subsequent factor, but when we made those decisions were made based on operational need and what was going on at the time with COVID.
Yes, I don't have all that background information from last spring.
Well, that's what I recall, so I just want to clarify, if I'm clarifying that wrong, I want to be corrected, but
No, I think
that's
you're
what I
correct.
recall.
Yeah, I think I was on
We were
a Zoom
doing
meeting where you're
aides
talking
and-
about classified and some certified positions, but I don't remember all the reasons behind
That part-time social studies teacher also functioned part-time as an aide. And that the English teacher, we had rectified it by having a high school English teacher come and cover part-time over at the middle school. Do I have that part correct, Steve?
Correct.
Okay.
And you're right, the social studies person was a half certified position and a half classified position was my understanding.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. I just want to.
No, I think that's an important clarification. I didn't understand that. And then, so do we anticipate this to be the same thing next year with the incoming 7th grade to 8th grade transition, or is it just?
It's something that has to be evaluated, whether or not if the 8th grade class is the big class and they move on to the high school, we have to look then at the incoming 6th graders and 7th grade and the new 8th grade and see what our numbers look like at the middle school to make personnel recommendations.
So what we're voting on tonight, though, is the approval to recognize the amount of subbing that they've done here in this second semester, not moving forward.
Right.
And so I would recommend that we address the vote that has been moved and then get some additional information about looking at numbers that for what your anticipated personnel needs are for the next school year.
Oh, sure, yeah, that comes up.
So we're not trying to correct
April and
that
May.
problem.
No, we're just voting on their 60th day.
This really is just a salary classification because now they're getting on the
They're long-term
teacher salary
subs.
schedule
Right.
instead of a sub, but their status is still as long-term subs.
Sure. This is an unanticipated issue related to COVID.
Sure.
And that,
Nobody could have predicted that this was going to happen this way.
and that
That's when they
long-term
started subbing with us.
sub status at present has an end date, is that correct?
Last day of school.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
all right.
yes, it's just for this school year and then we evaluate needs for next year.
Dave, I think we're ready for a vote. Thank you.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes,
motion carries. Item 11D, mobile app and website design contract, which is the Aptigee. Did I pronounce that right, Mrs. Robert? Aptigee contract?
Yep.
Okay, looking for a motion and a second.
I will move.
second,
Moved and seconded, Mrs. Dahl and Mrs. Zakor. Are there any questions?
I think this is awesome.
I don't have a question, but we received information about it. And I was just wondering if you could say a few words about what what we're voting on, so people understand what's going
So
on.
you're being asked to vote on a purchase of a vendor, and the new vendor will provide us with a mobile app and a new website. And part of the reason we proceeded in this direction is because the website we currently use is a template that is expiring on June 30th. So we were forced into a decision based on that alone. And obviously, when we initiated that project, I believe 7 years ago, the use of mobile apps was not as high as it is now. So the research that we did with our own parents and nationwide indicates that that's where parents look for information using their phone. So a mobile app is much more important than just going to the website on your phone. And in the process of selecting a company, of which Mr. Bierhoff was also involved, we really sought out a company that could provide us with an app first and the webpage second. So it will be intuitive. It will provide access to the information that our parents told us they wanted first and foremost, which the menu,
I apologize. I don't believe we did a first and a second.
sorry,
Who did the first and the second?
they did.
I felt like it was Dahl and Zakor. Was Zakor and
I
Dahl?
apologize.
Yeah.
Dahl and-
I didn't hear
Dahl and
that.
Zakor.
My fault, I thought it was just the
Yeah, David was
intro
Dahl and
of
Zakor.
Ms. Robbins.
So, I'm very excited about it. I think Mr. Bierhoff is also excited. Mr. Bush was involved. And I also involved Mrs. Prawl during early vetting processes because as the superintendent secretary, she was often the first point of contact with people looking for information. And so we wanted to try to map out what was most important to users. And something that I was asked about in the process was some hows of why we got to where we got to. It's also very important to realize that a lot of districts are using their applications as marketing tools. And it was very important to us that we use it as a communications hub. So we are in a good position, I think, with this company. I'm very excited about it.
I liked that the costs were replaced with 3 contracts
That was the best.
no longer need to be renewed because you're getting
Right.
one service under one umbrella.
Right. And I don't know that this was included in any other information we forwarded, but it's also very, very important to note the ability of us in the event of a crisis, and I hope we are never there, to communicate on multiple platforms simultaneously. So those that
That's so time.
the leadership will have the ability to just get it out
Wow.
much quicker.
That's huge.
So,
That in and of itself is excellent.
And another piece to that, just to describe it a little more for our audience members. Folks get one calls now from the superintendent's office. With this new website, you'll get the equivalent type of call, like a one call. But then if you go on the website, you'll actually see the narrative, the content in print. And so that's a second place to go, that if you didn't get great reception on your phone, you
Right.
couldn't hear anything, you can go back and see the exact print on the website. We can do that in the one call system now, but if parents don't know how to sign into the one call system,
No.
they can't find the content in print.
We-
So this all tie together.
Certain situations where you can't have the phone.
Does it update social media at the same time?
Or
if we tell it to do it, yes.
That's awesome.
Yes. And a text message if people opt in for text.
That's what people want, is a text message, because if you're in a meeting
Right.
and you get a call from your kid's school, your first thing is panic.
Mhm.
And you're in a meeting, you can't check your voicemail, so a text is preferred.
Yep.
You know,
So it's tying all that together and actually the amount looks expensive, but like you
I
said,
don't
we're
think that-
replacing multiple contracts, and so that brings the cost down, and it's
Yeah.
very, very affordable.
I think it's great.
Liz, how many districts do you see, ballparking and moving to these mobile app?
Probably everyone.
So where, are we like in the front end, are we in the
No,
middle,
we're not
are we
in the-
behind?
We're probably behind.
Okay,
We're behind. And the other interesting statistic is that they estimate 1 in 10 families, and I can't say that that's an affirmation here because I don't have the data locally, but 1 in 10 families actually relies on their phone for all content.
yeah.
Meaning no home computer.
No home
Right,
computer or
gotcha.
no internet access.
Sure.
So
Wow, great.
fills a void.
Well, thank you so much for everybody involved in that. Is there any other questions from the board members?
So will you be introducing it at the onset of?
So the next step, should you agree to this tonight, is actually a meeting on Friday with our developer.
Fun.
And that will only involve initially Mr. Bush and I, so that he can understand the technical component of it, and I can share with them the survey results. And then we start building it. And then they have a timeline that they already gave us.
Because our timeline is June 30th, right? That's when our other one expires, or did you say
June
July?
30th. So our
June 30th,
rollout
okay.
is supposed to be July 1.
Perfect,
And that is what in the contract too.
great.
So it'll be important as we approach the next school years to make sure that we're marketing
Mhm.
these changes to parents and
Yes,
how to
yes.
sign up at the beginning of the school year. And
Mhm. Well, hopefully we'll link all of that to the registration process too.
That'd be great.
So that you're going to have to sign up once. And then the texting, obviously, we have to follow federal law and how they opt in for that.
Sure.
So, and we'll, as soon as it's ready to roll or pieces of it, we were given a sandbox. So Brad and I were both able to go in and see what it was like on the management side and how we can change things and update information and whatnot.
Thank you.
Sounds like a big undertaking. Thanks a lot.
It's a fun one. It's exciting.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Okay, Dave, I think we're ready for a vote.
Dahl,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item E, student mental health provider discussion. Looking for a motion in a second.
I'll motion.
Motion by Mrs. Heatherly and seconded by Mrs. Dunaway. Is there any discussion?
Which one did we just do?
Student mental health provider discussion. E.
This is just a discussion. There's no first or second needed.
Oh, heck, you're right. Thank you for that.
Well, when do we vote on it? So it must be
The
coming up.
contracts, I think like June, I think the contract's into June.
So this will come on a future agenda.
Yeah.
Coming up before the end of the school year.
Right. Right.
So is this about new creation?
Yeah, so I think the purpose of this was to see if we want to look at other providers, because we've had new creation now for, I believe, 2 years. And their contract is up the end of June. So as a board, are we open to looking at other options? That's all. That's all this is about.
Did Mr. Stefanik, did your team collect any information? Like, what is your feeling about it? Because I mean, whatever, it's not that I don't care.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of
but
data
I
on
don't
it.
know.
Yeah, we don't get a lot of data, so it's
Are
kind
you
of hard
planning
to.
on, do you want to go with them again, or did you want to find somebody else?
Well, the plan was to give them a chance to share some data from this year at a board meeting. But we asked if there wanted to be discussions about contracted services and whether, we look at multiple providers or we just, do we start with the data from our current provider or do we look at multiple providers, from various
Do we have a
agencies?
measure, like an in-house measure, because their own data is their tool, right? And so do we have any tool that we would use? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they work hand in hand with our counselors, so our counselors will be able to provide inside data on student services completed and the types of things that we utilize that agency for.
So me personally, I'm, mental wellness is something that really gets me passionate. It's extremely important. I think we all agree on that. But I think it's important to open it up to other providers. So my personal opinion is, to reach out to other people and see what's out there and what's available.
Well, I did reach out because I feel like, when you get into, it is a really important subject matter. And I know we're getting, maybe the public doesn't know that we're getting grant dollars to pay for this, which is wonderful. So I think we need to make a really good choice. So just to open up, I think I sent it all to you. Did you get the email I sent?
Right.
And, okay, so reaching out to another healthcare provider, Samaritan Behavioral Health, that is a premier health network, also offering school student counseling services in the buildings. You sort of design the amount of days you want. One of the things that I'm not really on one side or another, I'm just looking at a bigger picture. One thing that did kind of, I think, intrigue me about the Premier Health Network is that it's a more wraparound service because it's not only the student counseling, but as needed, the family counseling, then you can go, if necessary, prescribe medications by a physician, psychiatrist who can prescribe some, scheduled drugs that sometimes you can't otherwise. And also drug addiction treatment, which I really thought was a valuable piece. We can, whether it be opioid addictions or.
Are you suggesting that the current contract doesn't
No,
have
I'm
that
not
connection?
suggesting that, but what I'm saying is it's because it's within the network, it makes for a seamless wraparound transition should a student start out with the counseling or with the student school counseling and through that process discover that more support is needed. You know, if it comes out that that student is drug addicted or
whatever.
or whatever. Psychiatric care, inpatient intervention, and then also another connectivity, the way I understand it, is that Premier also is providing services for our Miami County Juvenile Court. So again, should there be a transition, and no, we're not talking about all these services from the school district, but you're in the same framework and network, so I see it as a more seamless,
I like the idea.
could be a more
Right.
seamless.
I didn't know that we were looking for new contracts, so I guess I just opened your email before the meeting started, so I thought maybe I had missed something.
It's not that I'm looking for new contracts, Joe Ellen, but whenever I think you're making a decision of this nature, that it's prudent to know what else
Look at all your
options, yeah.
I guess I'm not
You've only
prepared
looked at
to
one
make,
option though,
Pardon me?
isn't that, you only gave us one option?
Well, that's one so far, and I mean, I did take the time to do that.
I'm not
And-
saying that I don't
and I-
appreciate you doing that, I didn't know where it came from.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this came up, sorry, Simon, you're going to talk, so go ahead.
yeah,
There'll be
from my
more.
perspective, I got an email
Be more to consider.
that was sent, I guess, is it last
Maybe
night?
Friday or something?
Yes.
Oh, last night, okay,
Last night around
I think it was last night.
midnight or so, or,
sure.
so I didn't realize that we'd be discussing this today or that this was on our agenda. I would be better prepared to discuss this after knowing it's going to be on a work session later on. So I'd move that we table this to work session so we can get to the other business on the agenda.
Right, and that was the only purpose in putting the new business discussion item was to see if the board has any interest in looking at other options. That's all this item was about.
So I'm gonna just throw a little probably not happy opinion out here, is that this is probably not something that should be board driven. Changing a mental health provider should come to us because the people that use it in the buildings go to their building principal and then they go to Steve and then they talk to Mark and they say, hey, we got this thing. It's not working. This is why. And that drives the search process. But that's just my own opinion because those are the people that live it and use it. And that's where I think that change would be more useful.
I
But that's
agree.
just my own opinion.
Completely.
I agree 100% with that statement.
I do agree with that 100%. So I guess just going on earlier conversations that we've had tonight about other items is, what's that process? How do you give the people in the building the voice
Yes.
to say, I would like to make a change because, I think we've all used the word value tonight. We want our employees to feel valued. So as an employee, you don't feel like you can have a voice about it. So
I love that.
I agree.
Yeah.
If people feel valued, they'll come forward and say, hey, you know what, we've been doing this for 2 years and hey, it's fantastic. Or there are some other schools, I talked to other counselors and they're using this service.
Yeah.
And has Tipp City ever considered that?
Yeah.
So we're stuck in a rut of, we want people to be able to come forward,
Do you remember when, we're in our second year, so in the initial year of the counseling services being offered, were there other choices that were being discussed?
Yes, I think three.
We had
three vendors.
Yeah, we had three vendors.
Yeah.
It was the
Five.
guidance,
There
five,
were 5 vendors. Samaritan Behavioral Health was one of those.
right.
Samaritan was almost 4 times the amount. And also was only going to serve Medicaid students. And so in order to cast a wider net and to be able to service all students who need those supports, that was part of the reason why we ended up with New Creation.
Did you say 4, Steve?
Five.
5. We talked to Get Hurt Counseling, New Creations, South Community, Samaritan Behavioral, and Ohio Guidestone. And we developed a list of pros and cons and costs and services that was shared with the board at that time.
I think the counselors brought us the three that
Yes.
they recommended and then we voted and
That was
Not that I don't appreciate your investment in looking into this other vendor, but I just want to say, I think there's value in relationship that, we were talking earlier about, setting a climate where you build relationships. That's, to me, one of the values of working with the same vendor. However, I would be interested in hearing from the counselors
I would too.
on what they, how the services,
Pros and cons, because,
how
yeah,
they were this year.
right.
And with the asterisk that it's COVID. so
Yeah, and you can put that in a Friday board
everything's
update.
simplified.
Is that good?
Well, I could do that, or I could bring them live at the next work session.
Yeah.
Either way, or both.
Has there been any revisiting of those prior choices back, was it 2019, I'm assuming,
Yeah,
or 2018?
we've had 2 full years under our belt. So at the end of the school year, will be 2 full years.
So I mean,
The district funded it locally for the first year because it was our
No.
counselors.
Part of it was still wellness, I believe.
Okay, I'm corrected. So before the governor put money into our budget to pay for
We
these
were looking
services,
into it before.
prior to
yes.
that, we were already looking into it because our counselors approached the board to say, not only are we ill-equipped to deal with some of these issues, our teachers are too, because we're not the only people that, they talk to. And so we really invested in listening to the counselors and let them take the lead on this.
well, the good news is what, it's March, and you're
Yeah.
saying April,
Yeah,
May,
we have until the end of June. So, yeah. Okay. 11F, open enrollment, looking for a motion in a second.
I'll move.
Moved and seconded by Mrs. Dunaway. So Mrs. Heatherly and Mrs. Dunaway. So we discussed this at our work session, and is there any further discussion tonight? Ready for a vote, Dave?
Well, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
There's an open enrollment application. Is anybody going to talk about the attachments to this, or?
I think that came up because at the work session, Mrs. Zakor brought up the fact that the open enrollment application on the prior one we were using had some questionable questions on it that maybe shouldn't have been on there. So, Mr. Stefanik, where did we get this
it's a new one.
new form? Was it from legal?
No, I went in and took off the things that.
Oh,
I
perfect.
believe
The
were not-
questions that shouldn't have been on there.
Shouldn't
Okay,
have been on
great.
there. Since that time, I received one from another district that I have a history with.
Okay,
And they did have on theirs,
our same one question.
no, but they had one of the sections in there, they actually had questions about special education and gifted programs.
Okay,
And when they put those on there, it's about population in those programs as well. And so different classifications of special needs have different class size head counts. And so if you would run into a situation where you accepted too many families, you might end up with additional personnel needed in your special education program
sure.
rather than your typical education program.
That makes
And
sense.
so those were there not as an excluder or something that you say definitely not. So they weren't used for that, but they were used for tracking attendance in all the programs.
Okay, thank you for that.
So is that gifted allowed? I didn't think that was a part of the allowance of what's in the,
Yeah, I wasn't able to reach the superintendent today who sent the thing, so I'll double check with that and see if that is, just again, it's space specific.
Yeah.
So it's not, the impression of the last one was, do you have good grades? Do you have a good discipline record? Are you a good athlete?
Right,
Then you can come.
Sure.
Is the way it was presented. This one is about, do we have room in our second grade? If you have special needs, will we be able to service that, need in our school based on the personnel we have right now? And I think gifted is the same way. But I'll double check that and just verify.
I did notice above that, Mr. Stefanik, on that same page, is your child and gifted program. The one above it is the student currently expelled or suspended.
Right, if they're in the middle of a current expulsion or suspension, then they're not eligible. Well, expulsion, they're not eligible. Suspension would be the receiving district's
Call it a
decision, yeah. And so, but if you get expelled from District A, you can't drive down the road several miles and just register somewhere else and erase your expulsion. You have to service that. And so it's not whether you ever have been expelled or suspended. Are you currently under suspension or expulsion? Then you're not eligible until those discipline consequences are completed.
I understand the expulsion, but according to this, what I'm reading, it's more quantified than that. You may not include rejection of any applicant for disciplinary reasons unless the student has been suspended or expelled for 10 consecutive days or more in the current or immediate preceding term. So the way that's read is the student currently expelled or suspended. Well, if the student is currently, what are we talking about in the summer, applying for the fall? So if it's a five-day suspension, according to this, that's not an appropriate, to me, that's just not appropriate.
So it should
Have to
say
be
more than 10
reframed.
days.
Yeah. And I can give you the code on that.
So this, just to clarify though, this vote on open enrollment is just whether we're going to approve it under our policy 5113. Our policy 5113 does not have this application in there.
Correct.
So then that would be something that we could revisit later on.
Yes.
Yep, and then we can make sure that our board council reviews it too before we finalize it.
And I don't know if we know the answer to this, but in our work session, there was questions to classification of open enrolled students or not. Did you get a chance to get an answer on that, whether we were able to classify the teachers, students that were from contiguous school districts as open enrolled?
Yeah, and I'm gonna ask Dave to piggyback with me on this because we had a follow-up conversation with Helen today about that. The gentleman from ODE that we checked with, he said that there's nothing in ODE policy that would make it improper for a district to classify students that follow the parent to a school district as open enrollment. But he said that you have a provision in your negotiated agreement, and so you'd have to check with your board council to see if that provision in the negotiated agreement creates some kind of an issue, with that. And so we talked to Helen today. We were in the middle of a negotiation preparation session, but Dave, I'm going to phrase the way it went into my head, and you tell me if that's the way you understood it. How's that? And you can type. There's a piece in our negotiated agreement that said that for the students that follow their parent, that they have to have a 2.0 grade point average or maintain a 2.0 grade point average. And there was another stipulation, and it escapes me right now. But there were two criteria that you had to meet in addition to following your parent, to the school district. Those pieces are not in open enrollment. But Helen's response was that if they qualify for any other open enrollment reason, those two criteria should not cause an issue. They should not be something that you would trip over as far as a classification. But she said, you guys don't have open enrollment. I said, right now we don't, but we're talking about the way we classified students in the past, is where the discussion came up. And so she said she did not think that would create an issue that the board should worry about.
You mean under the present circumstances, it doesn't create an issue because right now we don't have open enrollment?
No, she said if the board, we said if the board's going to act on it tonight, they want to know if by that being in the negotiated agreement, if that creates some kind of coding issue for the students of the teachers. And she said it would not.
So just to confirm what you just said, Mr. Stefanik, so that, and tell me if I'm wrong, the question was whether it was appropriate for our school district to classify parent, teacher, students as open enrolled for the purposes of the money that we received back from the state of Ohio. There were questions raised last work session indicating that that wasn't appropriate for the classification. You followed up with ODE. ODE indicated there's nothing in their policies or their rules that would make that automatically a misclassification, but that potentially because we have a union agreement that provides for kids' ability to follow the parent, that needed to be reviewed by our in-house or legal counsel for the board.
Yes.
In a discussion with Helen, the only issues that we have in our agreement indicate that if they are following the parent, they have to have a 2.0 GPA and what's the other?
It's whether they've been expelled.
Oh, that same discipline piece, the expulsion or suspension piece.
And what Helen's analysis of this is that, well, that's correct for their ability to come under that agreement, but let's say they didn't qualify under that, but they qualified under open enrollment. If it was active, then that would still be fine at that point. And so that additional wouldn't change the way she, at least based on her response to you, change the way it's classified. So based on that interpretation, she doesn't believe there's an error in the classification of the open enrolled students that were also parent teacher students.
Right.
Okay, and so then based on that, then I think that for the purposes of this discussion, I would state that I then am absolutely in favor of us voting for open enrollment under 5113, in that getting rid of open enrollment costs us approximately $369,000. And so I think that is a very important factor in determining whether we want to do that. The other thing I'd like to add is that open enrollment, when appropriately used, and I think that we'd want to get into some administrative guidelines, is that in my feelings that we need to move forward with a work session to provide that we want to maintain class sizes, we want to have overcrowded classes, and that we want to keep class sizes to a number that we like, and that then the administration understands that when it's using open enrollment, it's going along with any guidelines that we would set as a board. Presently, I think that our financial position in the next 5 years is going to be arduous, to say the least. I think that we have not been able to reduce, we have not been able to reduce any meaningful expenses associated with losing these students. I think that we need to reinstate it, keep our numbers steady over the years. And if we get too close to our maximum number that we set, then we simply close that class down. But I think we'd be silly to do away with getting some money back from the state that we're losing already.
Thank you, Simon. Does anybody else have any discussion on open enrollment?
I'm trying to pull up the policy, and so I'll just rely on you all. I'll just ask the question. Will this vote require us to have a separate vote about accepting tuition, or is it?
We'll just have the vote first and then see what happens, you know what I'm saying, because no one knows.
No, does the policy outline, is there a separate?
We voted no one. Go ahead. Yeah, we voted no.
There's two separate. The open enrollment policy is about open enrollment, and it's addressing a state requirement that annually the boards have to vote on this policy. The tuition piece is a local policy decision. And so it's a separate, it's all underneath the same general policy, but open enrollment has a state requirement piece that it's an annual decision. And the tuition piece is just a piece of that policy. And 5113, 50, I can't, I don't have the policies up right now, so I don't know. But it's the one we've been talking about at several meetings because it has, superintendent, it has senior waiver, it has the emancipated 18-year-old living alone that we had in the beginning of the year. It's got open enrollment. It's got, it's got a bunch of subcategories in it. But you would address open enrollment and tuition in two separate votes.
I'll ask the question differently. I recall in 2020, we voted separately one for open enrollment, one was about tuition. When will the tuition vote happen? Is it scheduled? I know this vote is scheduled to happen per policy
Sure.
in March. Without being able to access the information I'm trying to search for, I'm asking in general, when will we be voting on that?
I don't think that
Or
one has.
will we? Because I don't think that policy
Didn't have a
is
date.
specific to
Right.
this policy, which says unless we vote otherwise. I don't know that we changed that
Yeah,
policy.
we can add it whenever.
I could be wrong, but I believe there is a deadline for us to act on the tuition that was set by this board, and that if it's not done, it's just automatically not included, but I can't
I
find it.
don't remember that on the tuition, but I'll go back and, I mean, I want to say it was like our
That's accurate.
July,
I
I
feel
want to say
like
it was like our July or August meeting.
I
While
wanna
we
say
look
it
up
was
that,
like-
is there any other comments on open enrollment while we try to find that tuition policy? I'll pull it up real quick.
I do have one, only to say that I have deeply appreciated this year's conversation a lot more than last year's. I think that, I think I felt heard, and I think I did a lot more listening than I have in the past. So I think that went a lot. The conversation was richer for that. And my number one thing is that I think saying that we're losing out on money is all associated with how you see the money associated with open enrollment. Is if you see it as fully funding that student, then it is a net zero. If you see it as all extra, then I guess you could think that you were losing out, but it all depends on how you see those funds and the amount that it costs to educate a student. And I just think that, Simon and I don't agree on that. The other point about that is that when you said that we need to think about that money moving forward, I also think, Simon, that we shouldn't supplement poor support with open enrollment. That if we have a support problem, we need to address our community support and earn it. And then my third point is I've done a lot of soul searching with open enrollment, and the Fordham Institute out of Dayton and Washington did a lot of investigation into open enrollment. Is it worth it? Who does it benefit? How can it benefit a district? And they investigated all of the districts in the state, and they looked at where they were before open enrollment, where they were with open enrollment. And Tipp City is also listed on this report. One of the things that I find really interesting that speaks a lot to developing good policy and admin guidelines. I'm a big equity person, and we became, with open enrollment, more white and more privileged. And I think that if we can't own that and seek to change that, there is no reason to approve open enrollment in my mind again, because, and I can't speak to intention because I wasn't involved in who got to come to Tipp City, but it was definitely skewed one way under our current policies and practices. And I think that that's not okay. That open enrollment does have a huge benefit, and the students that it really benefits are your minorities and your socio and economically classes that are the lower tiers. So that's who it benefits. That's not who we were offering our open enrollment to. So that's my stance.
Well, and that was evidenced by the fact that there was really no discussion about opening it to all districts. Your adjacent districts are pretty evident to what you just spoke to. And there's just so many things, we don't really have a policy that addressed as required, because we just don't have, we didn't have a state capacity limit set by grade level, building and education program stipulated in a policy. I don't want to circle back to the numbers, but I do know it's true. The answer is often defined by the way you ask the question, and we don't have open enrollment now. So those dollars, that class wasn't billed to begin with for contiguous as well as non-contiguous employees' children. But did I understand correctly? at that last meeting, we said because they were classified previously as open enroll, we're getting it's been told us now we get $0 from those 53 employees' kids.
Only 13 of them because they were already, the kids that were previously open enrolled kids that are now following teaching parent, we aren't receiving funding for them.
Okay.
The ones that were previously categorized as student following teaching parent, we still have that because that's what we had in place for 13 positions in
For
2019.
13, because they came from the non-contiguous.
Correct.
So that roughly, what is that, 13, 40, 30, what is that?
48,000,
No, the
13 times 6,000.
53, 30 kids,
I'm going to try to figure out 50.
That's 40 kids.
sorry, okay, thank you. So for the 40 kids that we get 0 from now, correct?
Mhm.
But had they been categorized as following the employee, they would have received the same foundation amount as our resident students.
If they've been categorized that way in 2019,
Correct.
but we would not have received the difference of the $6,000.
I understand, but assuming, but that would have been, and that would have continued regardless of the open enrollment if we didn't have it because of the way they were categorized. So to me, there's just been a lot of holes, sort of like a Swiss cheese thing here. And I feel like it's taken a lot of the district's time, the administrator's time. And we hear about these homes coming up. I just feel like, why? I feel like we spend more time on discussing open enrollment than we do our own kids sometimes. That's my frustration.
Yeah,
That's my big frustration. I'll just be it.
I go to what our citizen comment tonight was from Kathy, was all of the new housing developments. So, that kind of,
I don't think she quoted that correctly as 550 residential permits. I don't think that's accurate.
well, you can drive around Tipp City and see all the new housing developments.
There is new
so-
development in Tipp City, but I don't think that's an accurate statement of 550 residential.
It's been about a year since I read that article from the Dayton Business Journal. So,
It was several hundred though,
Yeah,
from what
it was
I
a lot.
remember. I mean,
is there any other discussion? Are we ready for a vote?
No, there's additional discussion, but did you have more? Did you want to say first?
No, I interrupted Teresa anyway, so.
Go ahead. It's fine. I don't care. It's all right.
I just want to make sure that we revisit tuition, because what I recall is that we actively voted against it and just said it would automatically renew if we failed to. I'll vote on it again.
We'll make sure we get that on the correct agenda marker.
I did look.
Oh, I saw you looking.
Yeah, I was looking, I found it, the state imposes a deadline for open
Oh,
enrollment.
the state does, okay.
For tuition, in our policy, it says that you'll act on it prior to March 31st. And so if it doesn't happen tonight, when we get together on Thursday for your special meeting, you could choose to make that a decision at that point. And it says, if you get to March 31st and there's not been an affirmative vote, then
It stays as it currently is.
It stays off.
Okay, so I'll make a note to put that on for Thursday so we don't forget.
Yeah.
Go, Simon, you had a final comment?
Yeah, I think while we're putting that tuition on Thursday, the reason that we are stuck with the classification currently right now, Mr. Stevens, is because there's a freeze on how we're being counted. Is that right?
State foundation or the state budgets that are approved for 2 years at a time, the one for 2020, 2021 froze all funding at 2019 levels.
And so subsequently that could change, but
Yes.
right now that's what we're stuck on. And then the difference between that and what we received there. So let's say if we had classified them as following the parent, we would have lost more money, or we would not have received as much money as we did for those students without that, correct?
I missed the question.
Yeah, let me try again. So right now, as they're classified and as they were classified, we received more for those students at roughly $6,000 per student than we would have had we classified them as following the parent.
we received more because they were open enrolled, not following the parents.
All right, and that was roughly to the tune of about $4,000.
Depends every year. Yeah,
Okay.
no, it was 6,020 minus 2,439. So was it
3,800.
Okay, 3,800. And then just to say that I think that there's a direct understanding of what we lost in money that we didn't receive for those students, that we know that number to be roughly $369,000. We know that we've not reduced any expenses beyond things like water and textbooks, which are negligible. So we know we've realized a loss on that. And so the net result of that is that our cost per student has increased at Tipp City rather than decreased. Related to saying that we didn't offer open enrollment to other students other than white students or anything like that. I haven't heard anything in our work session discussions or anything at this meeting that says that's the case, other than that the students that came, we added students, they happen to be mostly, I guess, white, reduce our minority numbers. I think that's more consistent with just what we have in Miami County, is that Miami County and the contiguous school districts are largely, by and large, Caucasians. The people that value our school district's education are going to bring their kids to our school district from those contiguous school districts, which is open enrollment's about, and that's going to increase our numbers. And if we have more Caucasian people in the county, that's just going to make it so that we have more white people at this school. But there was nothing in the application that talked about race. And to say that we were somehow trying to exclude minorities or make ourselves more white, I think is inappropriate, irresponsible, and lacks foundation and evidence other than speculation. I think administrative guidelines are important to limit class sizes, and I think that we need to have those in there. But if open enrollment is used appropriately, it'll help us maintain class sizes so we don't have issues like we have right now with the social studies. If we have open enrollment for the years that we don't have as many students in those class sizes, we can maintain that teacher and we don't have to lay people off. And the reason is because the money we're getting from the state, which is money that we're losing in other students, is subsidizing the cost of keeping those teachers there for the years that we do have high level numbers of students in those classes. And again, in the 8th grade class, there were 0 students of those students coming back from PLP that are out of district students. And so this is all very important to maintaining class sizes at a lower number in our school district. And I do believe that saying no to $369,000 is irresponsible, not only for our taxpayers, but for our kids, and that it provides us more funds to keep teachers and maintain a level number of teachers so that we don't have higher and highly fluctuative class sizes where we're having to let go people and hire substitutes teachers.
Craig, did you have a final comment? I didn't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, Simon, I'll send you the report, and the first page that it starts on is page 57. And the Fordham Institute is not invested. They don't probably know anybody in Tipp City, I would imagine.
They don't know it.
Right, and I don't think that they necessarily care. In fact, their whole point of this report is that open enrollment greatly benefits students from low economic background and minority students,
Yes.
but that the students that mostly need access to programs like this don't have access to it. And that my passion with this is, if this is a good program worth saving,
Thank you for everybody.
how can we open the door, and how do we make sure that when we open that door, it is without bias and it is with equity? And so if you start on page with economic disadvantage, and this is not a criticism, Simon, this is just a report that they did. This is the effects of what our policy was and what happened with it. It's not a value or an assault on any persons that ran that program before us. It's just a critical look at something we could improve if we decide to acknowledge that it needed to be improved. And if you look at Tipp City, which is on page 56, and it talks about % white and % black with open enrollment and then without open enrollment. Our % white rose with open enrollment. Our % black stayed the same. Without open enrollment, we became less black. So with open enrollment, we became more white. Without open enrollment, the numbers dropped to change the percentages, and that's on page 46. And then as you scroll down, you look at economic disadvantage. I think I said that was page 57.
Is it 59? You might have said 59. Was it 57 or 59?
There's a lot of school districts in the state of Ohio.
And that's a big report.
And this is a big report. So with open enrollment, our economic disadvantage went from, we were approximately, and this would be on page 60, Tipp was 14.9% economically disadvantaged with open enrollment. Without open enrollment, our economic disadvantage rose to 15.2. So that would indicate that we are bringing in students that are not economically disadvantaged. And that also is an access piece, right? So if students that are economically disadvantaged and minority students need more support accessing our education, should we choose to open those? And I don't think that we have the policy in place to support that, or any of the additional things that would need to help to have a policy that is driven by equity and access.
If that's your reason to not have open enrollment, then no one's having access, because we're not open enrolling anyone, we're not accepting tuition. So if that really is the argument, then the argument should be for open enrollment, for tuition, for all.
For all districts.
For all districts. If that's your argument, but.
Right, that's not the policy that we have, and that's not what we've talked about, and that's not what we're
The past
edging
policy
towards.
was contiguous districts.
Well, I
know, but the past vote has been to not have open enrollment, that's my point.
So I think, are we ready to vote? Okay, so.
Well, hold on a second. You can't just unilaterally end this.
Well,
You gotta-
I've
hold on.
been trying to end it for many minutes.
Go ahead, Joel.
I've been trying to end it for many minutes.
All you have to do is amend the motion to state.
No, we're ready to vote as is. We're just gonna vote. We're voting approval to accept open enrollment students from adjacent Ohio school districts for the 2021-2022 school year as per policy 5113.
So is that the argument against it, Corinne?
She's just giving information.
No, I understand what she's saying.
It would have been nice to discuss this at the work session, but
We did.
we didn't talk about the
We didn't
Fordham
talk about
report or anything like that. It's just the
Oh,
same
why
thing
didn't
last
you
year with the
bring
Puck report, which
Why
was,
didn't you bring
and the way it was presented, because I don't think it bears any relevance on this. Last year, last minute, same thing with the Cook report.
You wanted to discuss it.
Dave, I think we're ready for the vote. I don't want this to get.
I would just like to say,
Sure.
if it is a tool that we trust our administrators to use, they will use it. They will use it for all the arguments that Simon just outlined.
Thank you.
We, at some point, we've got to trust the people that we chose to do the job.
Yeah.
Dave,
And
ready
he's
for the-
demonstrated that he's had previous experience and has been able to exercise it.
Dave, we're ready for the vote.
This is approval to accept open enrollment students from adjacent Ohio school district for the next school year. Heatherly,
Yes.
Dunaway,
No.
Dahl,
No,
Patry,
Yes.
Zakor,
No.
Motion fails. Item 12, which is citizen comments. We handled that at the very beginning of the meeting. So now we have 13 miscellaneous potential special meeting date. We took care of that. That will be this Thursday. What's the date? I don't have my calendar up.
25,
Okay, sorry, that's this Thursday at, we say 5 o'clock?
6:30.
6:30, sorry, yep. That's why I pulled my phone up. And the next tri-agency meeting will take place on Monday, March 29th. 20,
Question. about
yes,
that.
ma'am?
That's tentative. I still have
Yeah.
to call it and see if.
Yeah, he
Sorry.
sent us out a survey and we had to say yes or no. What was your question, Andy, before I move on?
And it's even assuming you have it, even assuming it wasn't COVID, does the entire board go or does the officer?
Yeah, whoever, the whole board, we have it as a meeting. So if 5 of us come,
It is not, no, you can't all go because it is not a work,
We haven't.
it is not, no, not all 5 board members have been.
we've
We've had 1 or 2.
we've had 3.
Well,
Because
you
Sam
can't
Llewellyn and I
discuss
typically
district
go.
board, you can't discuss district stuff because then that's an official board meeting under sunshine law.
Well, I thought that's why we announced it, because Sam Joel and I have definitely been to the tri-agency meetings at the same meeting.
I think I went to a couple of you
Yeah.
guys too.
Isn't that why we
can
announced
decide
it?
tonight who's going?
Well,
Does anyone want to?
Hang on, but Mr.
I
Stefanik
don't
says
go
it's
and keep
tentative.
minutes. If that's an official meeting, then we've never kept minutes of an official meeting.
We haven't had them in over a year.
That's a
So-
great, Dave, that's a
Are
great
you
point.
discussing official business when you're there?
When you talk about the status.
Well, they do like a
of the district,
district report and usually like,
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Okay,
sorry,
so we haven't had a meeting since we've had a new superintendent.
no, we haven't.
So we don't even know what to expect moving forward. The people from Monroe Township and from City Council, they're going to come assuming the same format. Which
Mr.
Mr. Stefanik had.
Mr. Stefanik, what you said it was tentative, so when are you supposed to hear back from them?
I've got to hear back because I haven't heard the first communication. You guys said that you had something out with a survey that you're supposed to
I
fill it
thought
out.
somebody reached out to us and said, hey, we're thinking about restarting up these meetings. Are you interested? We get lots of emails, right? I mean,
Yeah.
So,
That's what I mean, but if it came to the board, they may not have my email, and so I don't remember getting that.
but then how did this get on our calendar then? Somebody had to know about it, because it says,
I think Carrie and Chris
Okay, so
saw this
maybe-
from last year.
okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense, okay. All right, so
So let me check.
if we do end up having it, then if somebody wants to go, reply to Mr. Stefanik, and if he gets, the first two can go, right? Because if we have three or more, it's a quorum. Two people's plenty.
It's probably a good time to talk about, do we want to resume them? And what is their purpose? This is a
I don't
nice
know what that
natural
is.
breaking point to revisit this.
So will you let us know about that, Mr. Stefanik, and see?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the next work session meeting will take place on Tuesday, April 13th, 2021 at the Board of Education office beginning at 5 p.m. And the next regular board meeting will take place on Monday, April 26th, 2021 at the Board of Education beginning at 6 p.m. Looking for a motion in a second to adjourn.
I move.
Moved and
I second.
seconded. Mrs. Zakor and Mrs. Dowell. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Stevens.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
motion carries. Okay, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday. I'm trying to pull up my calendar for this. It'll be 11:30 to 12:45.
Pardon?
Should we get on the big screen?
Yes, 11:30.